isn't a friend of Gladys Sabisco's, kid is.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guests, Phil Baker, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you're wondering who plays Senator Claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar. This week, ladies and gentlemen, Bing Crosby's sponsor started suit to get Bing to go back on the air. Tonight, we bring you a man whose sponsor is thinking of starting suit to get him off the air, and here he is, Fred Allen. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, I was reading about that Bing Crosby suit. You know, I don't really think that Bing wants to work. I hear he's moving to Stamford. Well, we're off to a nice dull start. Anything that happens from now on will be a highlight.
Well, what about your sponsor, Fred?
Well, our sponsor I believe he thinks we're a little behind the times with our show, Kenny.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, all of the other radio programs don't bother with entertainment anymore. They're just giving things away. Jack Benny's giving away $10,000. Bob Hope's giving away Jeeps. And Red Skelton is giving away automobiles.
Yeah, well, don't you think you should give something away, Fred?
I was just going to announce it, Kenny. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Starting next week, to every person who wins an automobile on Red Skelton's program, I will give a road map. I'll even open it if the party's too weak. I'll even open the road map.
Well, that ought to cause plenty of talk.
Yes. And it's the kind of talk I don't want to be around to hear, Kenny. I have enough trouble the way things are. Well, Portland. Kenny and I were just talking about radio programs giving things away.
Oh, radio is wonderful.
Well, how do you mean?
My uncle was on a program called Blind Date.
Oh, what happened?
His number was called, and he had to take out a chorus girl.
I see.
Next day, they both went on a program called People Are Funny, and he proposed to her.
He did, huh?
Then they went on a program called Honeymoon in New York and got married over 150 stations.
150 stations. Good.
Then they went on Truth or Consequences and won enough furniture for their house.
They lived happily ever after?
No. They went on Battle of the Sexes and had a big fight.
Well, is the marriage off?
Well, we won't know until tomorrow.
Well, what's tomorrow?
They're on Mr. Anthony's program.
They have completed their happy kilocycle, in other words. But you know, you can almost get anything in radio today.
But sometimes things go wrong.
Well, how do you mean?
Mama wrote a limerick for the National Barn Dance Contest.
And something went wrong?
Instead of the first prize of 100 bottles of Alka-Seltzer,
yeah,
they sent her 2 hillbillies.
2 hillbillies. Well, how did your mother, with her broken lorgnette, know that... with her mother with that limp lorgnette that hangs down so she can't look through it, how did she know the difference?
Well, she put one of the hillbillies in water.
And?
He didn't fizz.
Oh, well, that would give it away. Probably made the water good and dirty, though. But speaking of fizzes, reminds me, we better start thinking of getting along to see those old familiar fizzes down in Allen's Alley.
What is your question for tonight?
Well, Portland, this week the New York movie critics made their annual awards for the outstanding films and performances of 1945. And so this evening our question is, if you are a movie fan, what pictures and performances impressed you most during the past year?
Shall we go?
As the druggist said when he had a headache, I think I'll take a powder. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. Say, the senator's home tonight. His hound dog is curled up there under the porch. See it?
Somebody now.
Yes, I know.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn.
I know. You're from Dixie.
When I eat crackers in bed, I only eat Georgia crackers.
Now, wait a minute.
When I leave New York, I always take the South Ferry.
Now, wait a look.
Way down upon the Swanee River.
Look, you're a little...
I'm singing Swanee, son.
Well, I know what you're singing.
Show some reverence, son. Kneel down and uncover.
Now, wait.
Stop eating your gum, son.
Now, just let me
talk for a change. Change, that is.
You let me get a word in.
Keep chattering, son.
I don't even get a chance.
Oh, your tongue is going like a cow's tail in fly time.
Now, wait. While you're taking in a little wind, Senator, do you mind if I intersperse something in here? What was Washington's reaction to the choice of the most popular movie stars?
We took our own poll in Congress.
You did?
Everybody was talking all at once. Even Senator Brooks was babbling.
Yep.
Babbling Brooks, that's a joke.
I know it.
Galveston Guffaw.
I don't
There
care.
was a Savannah Socceroo.
Look, I don't care
I
how...
crack wires and you look dumb.
I'm looking...
Hold up, son. You're subnormal. Sub, that is.
Now, wait. Be careful how low you go, even in water, Senator. Now, you watch that sub stuff. Now, look, about these Hollywood stars. Are you a movie fan?
I quit going to movies, son.
Well, why?
Last picture I saw made my down yonder blood boil.
Your down yonder blood was boiling, eh? Well, what happened?
At the end of the picture, Ann Southern married Cary Grant.
But why...
I couldn't stand to see another Grant taking anything Southern.
So long, Senator. So long, Senator. Well, goodbye, Senator. So long, Senator. Well, the senator must have just finished dinner. I smelled a little hog jowl on his breath. Oh, well, I wonder, let's get along down the alley. I wonder what Titus Moody has on his mind tonight.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody, you look a little weary tonight.
Yeah, I've had tough sledding all week.
Well, why should you have tough sledding?
No snow.
Oh, well. Tell me, Mr. Moody, how do you feel about these movie awards?
Boris Karloff should have won.
You think that he's the best actor?
No, tain't his acting.
Well, what makes you such an ardent Karloff fan?
Well, I'll tell you. I got a big wart on my Adam's apple.
Oh, a wart, eh?
Yeah, it's right here under my collar button.
I see it there.
When I put on my collar, the collar button presses against the wart.
Yeah?
The wart presses against my Adam's apple.
Uh-huh.
I'm in agonizing pain.
Oh, what?
The only pleasure I've had for 10 years, I owe Boris Karloff.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, when I go into the theater, my collar button is pressing against the wart.
Yeah?
The wart's pressing against my Adam's apple.
Uh-huh.
I'm in agonizing pain.
Yes?
Then Boris Karloff comes on the screen.
Yes?
My flesh starts to creep.
Yes?
The wart creeps up over my collar.
Yes?
I can't explain the feeling. It's utopia.
When the picture is over...
Then the wart creeps back down. The collar button starts pressing. I'm in agonizing pain again.
Well, as far as you and your wart are concerned, outside of Boris Karloff...
All them other Hollywood actors is just a pain in the neck. So long, Bud.
So long. Well, when Boris Karloff is in town, Mr. Moody's wart is going places. Now, let's see what happens next door here.
No.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Olivia de Havilland?
Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, are you a movie fan?
Not me, my husband, Pierre.
Oh, Pierre likes pictures, huh?
Every day you're seeing movies, always in Technicolor.
Oh, Technicolor, huh?
To Pierre, every picture is looking Technicolor.
Well, how come?
His eyes are bloodshot.
But don't seeing so many movies bother Pierre?
Always he is coming home with different personalities.
Well, how do you mean?
Pierre is seeing a picture with Ronald Coleman.
Yeah?
He is making with an English accent.
Oh, really?
He is opening the door and saying, "Was machst du, old crumpet?"
Marks to old trumpet, huh?
Also, sei gesund and cheerio.
Hey, certainly cultured, what?
He is seeing in a picture Bingle Crosby.
Yes?
Around the house, Pierre is singing,
I see.
Then Pierre sing Bob Hope.
Yes?
He is making with rice crackles.
Well, say, with such a versatile husband, you must be very happy.
I am getting a divorce.
Well, why?
Last week, Pierre is singing a picture of Tarzan.
So?
He is refusing to live home.
You mean you can't get him into the house?
I can't get him down from the tree.
Well, here we are at the last shack in Allen's Alley. I wonder what a knock will bring here.
Sound the trumpets, round me rally, Falstaff's back in Allen's Alley.
Falstaff Openshaw. Well, welcome return, Falstaff. Happy homecoming.
Thank you, old boy.
Where have you been?
I have been enjoying a sabbatical on the Bowery.
Oh, you've been coining new dactyls?
Oh, indubitably.
Really?
Have you heard, said the bumblebee to the little flea, don't touch that stuff, it's DDT?
No.
Or, as the waiter said when he brought the horseradish, I hope that covers your beef?
No.
How about this? My mother is lonesome when she goes to a fire. LaGuardia isn't there, and neither is O'Dwyer.
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait. That is, you've overdone it finally, Falstaff. Tonight, we are simply discussing the Critics' Awards for the best films of 1945.
Precisely why I greyhounded in. I have contrived an epic.
A poem about the movie awards? What is it called?
The Forgotten Award.
And how does it go?
Each year, the critics give awards to pictures and to actors. The direction and performances they term deciding factors. Paramount is cited, an award to movie tone, a plaque to Ingrid Bergman. Even Lassie gets a bone. I hail the movie industry, but I also must remind it that an award should be awarded to the man who is behind it. This guy makes Hollywood possible. He's not director, star, or picket. He's just the average man who digs down and buys a ticket.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Falstaff. Thank you. And my Say, Portland,
Yes?
has that lawyer called me yet?
Lawyer? Are you in trouble?
Am I in trouble? All week I've been in more hot water than a slice of lemon in a Russian tea room. I am out on bail right now.
Gosh, what happened?
Well, you've read that line in some other program we've had. That's very reminiscent. Well, Portland, you want to know what happened? The whole thing started last Sunday night after the broadcast. You know, I generally go over to the Hamburger Hovel on 8th Avenue. For a nickel over there, they serve a hamburger as big as a catcher's mitt. Even a buckle in the back of the hamburger. They put the piccalilli on with a trowel. Well, I took a cab at Radio City, and we were driving along the street. We had gone a few blocks when the driver said...
You said the Hamburger Hovel, didn't you, Bud?
Yes, driver.
Okay. Hey, Miss Benzie, as a termite in the woodwork, I'm as jumpy as a yo-yo on a string. Boy, can that Sinatra write music.
Say, driver, just a minute, driver. Stop the cab.
Okay. Something wrong, chum?
I just felt in my pocket. My wallet's gone. I must have left it at the studio.
You mean you ain't got no dough?
Well, I haven't any money with me.
This is a buck even. Get it up, Chisler.
Now, well, look, if you'll just take me back to Radio City...
So you can beat it out the other door, huh? I had that pull on me before, chum. Where's that crank handle?
Now, look, driver.
Come on, out of the cab. I'm going to crown you with this crank handle.
Now, wait a minute.
Take this. You rats, you duck.
Now, don't lose your head, driver.
You broke my window.
I broke your window. You broke the window.
Well, if you'd have stood still, I'd have hit you.
Now, look.
$1 on the meter, $7 for the window. That's $8 you owe me.
Now, I'll pay you the money. Don't get excited. Your blood pressure will go up, driver. I'm Fred Allen.
Sure, and I'm Jack Benny. Look, no hair.
Yeah.
Quit stalling, wise guy. Give me $8.
Say, look, driver. Look, across the street there.
It's a radio studio, so what?
Well, that sign. It says tonight, Phil Baker in Take It or Leave It.
So what?
Say, I've got an idea. Now, Phil Baker's program goes on the air in about 5 minutes. I'll go on Take It or Leave It. I'll change my name. Phil Baker won't even know who I am. I'll answer 4 of those easy questions. I'll quit with the $8. You'll have your money. Now, is it a deal?
Okay. But you better win, brother. I got insurance.
Insurance?
This crank handles me insurance. Let's go.
All right. Well, Portland, the cab driver and I got into the radio studio just in time. Luck was with me. My number was called. I was chosen as a contestant. I was sitting on the stage. The cab driver was glaring at me from the front row when I heard the announcer say,
Presenting Take It or Leave It, starring Phil Baker. Yes, Take It or Leave It, the most exciting game you ever played. The game that doubles in interest with every question asked. The game with the giant jackpot. And now we give you the man with the $64 question, our paymaster of ceremonies, and here he is, Phil Baker.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the halls of Montezuma. Boy, there are plenty of people here tonight. I haven't seen such a crowd since the window shade in Betty Grable's dressing room fell down. But I really feel swell. You know, last Sunday night, Secretary Burns was pinch hitting for me, answering some Russian $64 questions. So I went to Florida for a rest. Florida. Folks, there is a state. That's where the sun goes to get away from that California weather. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time to go to Florida, though. You go down there, your face is white. You get a great tan. You check out of the hotel, get your bill, and you turn white again. Those prices in Miami. I had a room overlooking a grapefruit for $18 a day. And speaking of grapefruit, here's our first contestant. What is your name, miss?
Shirley S. Gum.
Shirley S. Gum. What does the S stand for?
Spearman.
Where's your home, Shirley?
I live in Brooklyn.
What is your occupation, Shirley?
I work in Bloomingdale's. I'm a laugher.
A laugher at Bloomingdale's?
Yeah, when women come in and ask for nylons, I laugh
You
at
laugh at them. I've heard of let a smile be your umbrella, but let a laugh be your nylons is a new one on me. Now, Miss Gum, what category have you selected from the board?
Popular music.
Good. Popular music. For $1, what is the name of this popular song? All right. What is the name of that popular song?
Popular? I never heard of it.
It's very popular.
It ain't in Brooklyn.
Now think. What was that song? Chick, chick, chick.
3 chicks in a check?
No.
Chicory chick!
Yeah, I think I got it, Mr. Baker. Is it Chicory Chick?
Did you hear somebody yell that in the audience?
Did somebody yell something? You know, I'm as deep as a haddock.
Yeah.
I was born with 2 cauliflower ears. My mother was in the Golden Globe.
Well, all right. I'm going to give you the $1. Would you like to try it with 2?
Nah, give me the buck.
You're quitting?
Yeah, my boyfriend's a counterfeiter. He just wants a sample.
I see.
So long.
Well, that brings us to our next contestant. And your name, sir?
Prentice Pontoon.
Prentice Pontoon. Did you receive a present before you came up to the microphone?
Yes, sir. An Eversharp fountain pen.
Right, and it's guaranteed not for years, not for life, but guaranteed forever.
Yes, sir.
You look a little nervous. Would you like a cup of tea?
I thought you served coffee, Mr. Baker.
Not on this program. You'll take tea or a drink of hot bluebonnet margarine.
No, thanks.
You say your name is...
Prentice Pontoon.
Did anyone ever tell you that you looked like Fred Allen?
Yes, I've been beaten up twice by radio listeners.
You've even got bags under your eyes like Allen.
Yes, I know.
What is your occupation, Mr. Pontoon?
I am an oculist in a fish market.
Oculist in a fish market.
When they lay a lot of dead fish in a fish market window,
Yes?
I check on their eyes to make sure the fish are all looking in the same direction.
I see.
If one fish is looking the other way, it throws the whole window off.
Yes. You're just working for the halibut.
Yes.
Now, you know, I get people on this program with the darndest occupation.
Really?
One guy works in a restaurant on 2nd Avenue. He's a lentil feeler.
A lentil feeler?
Yes. If you order lentil soup, he puts his hand in and feels your lentils. Yeah. He takes out the hard lentils so they won't hurt your gums.
He does messy work.
Yes,
I should think.
That's a joke, sir. I just want you to... Another guy is a booster at the automat. When midgets come into the automat, he boosts them up so that they can see what dishes are in the top compartment.
Well, that's nice work.
Another guy is a perfume advisor in a 5 and 10 cent store.
A perfume advisor?
Yes. When you take the top off a bottle, he tells you if what you smell is the perfume or another customer.
Oh, you have some odd characters on your program, Mr. Baker.
Tonight, especially. What would you like to talk about, Mr. Pontoon?
Well, I think...
How about movie stars, world history, music?
World history.
All right, Mr. Pontoon, for $1. Take it easy now.
Yes?
Who is the President of the United States? No coaching, please.
The President. He was on the radio last Thursday instead of Abbott and Costello.
That's right. He said to Congress, "You're bad boys." What's the President's name? Think now.
Herman Truman.
Well, that's close enough. Okay, you have $1.
Hey, you're okay, chum.
Quiet, please. No help from the audience. Do you want to try for $2, Mr. Pontoon?
He better.
Well, what do you say?
Well, you heard him. I'll try for $2.
Good. When you see pictures of Napoleon with his hand inside of his coat, what modern cartoon character does he remind you of?
Itchy.
Itchy is correct. Right. You're a very intelligent young man.
He better be intelligent.
Quiet. Who is this character in the audience? A friend of yours?
The next 2 questions will decide.
Who was he waving that crank handle at?
Well, he ordered a new car, but so far the crank handle is all he's gotten from General Motors.
Now for $8, Mr. Pontoon. Why did Sitting Bull sit down?
Would you repeat the question, please, Mr. Baker?
For $8, why did Sitting Bull sit down?
He was waiting for the cows to come home.
No. Do you give up?
Well,
You'll be sorry.
His suspenders broke?
No. You don't know, do you?
Frankly, I don't, Mr.
Well,
Baker.
I'm sorry. Sitting Bull sat down because in those days there were so many things he couldn't stand for. See? Sorry, stand by for the giant jackpot.
Yes, sir, Mr. Baker. Well, Portland, after I lost the giant jackpot, too, and the program was over, I sneaked out the side door. The cab driver and the crank handle were waiting for me. I didn't have the money, so I offered him the fountain pen Phil Baker had given me. The cab driver said...
A fountain pen? First you chiseled me out of $8, now you want me to learn how to write, eh? Police!
Now, wait a minute, driver. This pen is worth $20. You'll be making $12. You can sell it to somebody.
You sell it to somebody. All I want is $8.
Okay. The people are coming out of the broadcast now. I'll go around in front of the theater and sell it to someone.
Me and the crank handle will be sitting in the cab waiting. Make it snappy.
Gad, what a predicament. At my age, a sidewalk peddler. Well, the audience is coming out. I'll try this guy here. Hey, buddy.
Yes?
I got a $20 fountain pen. It's yours for $8. Look, under my coat.
Look under my coat.
A badge. You're a detective.
Yeah, I've been looking for you, Black Market Mo.
But, officer...
First it was fake almond bars with stones in them. Now it's hot fountain pens.
But I'm not Black Market Mo. I'm Fred Allen. I just got this fountain pen and take it or leave it. Honest, look. Here's Phil Baker coming out of the theater. Phil can identify me. Phil. Hey, Phil.
Hello, Mr. Baker.
Hello, officer. What's the trouble?
Tell him who I am, Phil. You know me. I'm Fred Allen.
You know this character, Mr. Baker?
Yes, I know him.
Tell him who I am, Phil.
Well, he's Prentice Pontoon.
Phil. I'm Fred Allen on the radio.
You're an oculist in a fish market.
Thanks, Mr. Baker. Come on, you.
But, Phil, don't let him take me to court. I'll have to do time.
You bet you will.
But
for selling an Eversharp pen on the street, you'll go to jail not for years, not for life, but forever.
Okay, Black Market Mo, let's go.
Thanks, Phil Baker. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be the eminent Shakespearean actor and star of Hamlet, Maurice Evans. Thanks a lot for joining us, and good night. Good night. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It isn't young Widow Brown, Kitty.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guest, the eminent Shakespearean actor Maurice Evans. Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And in case you want to use my charge account at the 5 and 10 cent store, my name is Kenny Delmar. Tonight we bring you the first man who couldn't stand Jack Benny because he is Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, you forgot to mention also that I am involved in this unpopularity contest. I'm the judge, you know.
Yeah, I can't imagine Jack giving away all that money. I hear he's a little on the thrifty side.
Thrifty? Benny is tighter than the cuffs on a jitterbug's pants, Kenny. Can he squeeze money? When Benny lets go of a $5 bill, Lincoln's beard is nothing but a few ingrown hair on one side and a 5 o'clock shadow on the other. But don't worry about Benny. Will make plenty of money on the contest.
Yeah, but how can he give away $10,000 and still make money?
Well, as the letters pour in, Benny has 10 relatives scraping the glue off the backs of the envelopes. He's going to remake some horses for Crosby. With the old glue... With the old glue, he's going to make fly paper. The flies he catches, he's going to sell to people who own goldfish or who have frogs in their throats. He has a dual market there. He'll clean up plenty, Kenny. I wouldn't worry about Mr. B.
Alan!
Well, Portland. You gave the show a whale of a lift, arriving as you did.
These letters and postcards just came for you.
Letters and postcards?
And they're addressed to Judge Allen, chair of the Jack Benny contest.
Well, I'm the judge, but letters should be sent to the Jack Benny contest in Hollywood. Hey, look, what does that top postcard say?
It just says, Jack Benny is a jerk, period.
Jack Benny is a jerk? Well, you can write up to 50 words. That's only 5 words.
Underneath it has 45 ditto marks.
Oh, 45 ditto marks. That does it. Well, what's that other letter you have there?
It's a poem about Jack Benny.
Well, a poem in the contest, too? How does it go?
It says, I can't stand Jack Benny because here in my poem I list his flaws. He's cheap, he's old, he has no hair. He has no teeth, his gums are bare. He has no blood in his blood cells. But he must have a nose, 'cause he certainly smells.
Give that man $20 silver. And a box of Snickers, if he likes.
Here's another one.
Let me see. What does this one say? I can't stand Jack Benny because I am his waiter at Lindy's. I'm translating this. The only time I ever saw him leave a tip was the day he couldn't finish his asparagus. But enough about the bald beagle of Beverly Hills, Portland. Everybody's going to have him on the pan with this contest. And pan reminds me, I wonder what's cooking in Allen's Alley tonight.
Have you a question ready?
Yes, Portland. Well, this past week, the National Federation of Business and Professional Women's Clubs met to discuss the problem of post-war jobs for women. And so our question is, how do you think women will fit into the post-war business world?
Shall we go?
As one headache said to the other headache, let's take a powder. It's so quiet and restful here in Allen's Alley, Portland. But I can put a stop to that just by knocking on the senator's door.
Somebody knock.
Yes,
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn.
I know that.
I'm from the South, way down south.
Every week.
Where I come from, when we say cotton, we don't mean no movie actor.
Now, wait a minute. Look.
But don't butt in, son. Stop blabbing.
I'm not trying to...
Keep interrupting. Try listening. Listening to me.
If I could only get a word.
Don't give me no Gettysburg Address, son.
Now, look. Senator, slow down a minute, if you will, please. You've only 2 more years in office. What is your opinion of women in the post-war business world?
It's got us worried, son. Senator Glass is all broken up.
Well, then you...
Glass is broken. That's a joke, son. That's witty.
Well, I know it's witty.
That's real Southern humor.
I sensed that it was real Southern humor. I'll go down there and enjoy it someday.
You ain't very quick, are you?
Oh, now look. Senator, what do you, as man to man, or as man to what I am, what do you think... What do you think about women going into business?
I say let them go into business.
Fine.
Women can be politicians. Women can be bartenders.
Good.
Bartenders, that is.
Yes.
A woman can even be president.
Good.
But there's one thing a woman can never be, son.
A woman can never be?
The father of our country.
Go on.
Go on.
That is. Well, the senator has an answer for everything, even before you ask him. Say, I wonder if Titus Moody is in tonight.
Howdy, Bub.
Well, Mr. Moody, how do you feel about women working?
Oh, some women overdo it, Bub.
Overdo the working? You're speaking from experience?
Yep. For 20 years, my wife's been raising chickens.
And she's overdoing it?
She's in the hen house morning, noon, and night.
I see.
One morning, the rooster was sick.
Yes?
My wife got up and crowed so the hens would know the sun was coming up.
Well, that is overdoing it, isn't it?
Last week, my setting hen got a dizzy spell and fell off the nest.
Yes?
My wife sat on the nest day and night till this morning.
What happened?
Have a cigar, Bub?
A cigar?
Yeah. I'm a pupper.
A pupper, hey?
Yeah. 10 of the prettiest Plymouth Rocks I ever seen.
Go on, sir. Well, Mr. Moody owes me 9 cigars. Well, I think I'll try this next door.
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum again.
You were expecting maybe Dinah Schnotter.
Not necessarily. Tell me, Mrs. Ann, how do you feel about women working?
On account of working, I am losing mine appeal.
Your appeal, huh? How do you mean?
When I'm 19, I'm having beautiful legs.
You had beautiful limbs, huh?
They're calling me the Dietrich of the Lancaster.
Oh, really? Uh-huh.
Then I'm taking a job in an old girl orchestra.
Not Spitalny.
Oh, no.
No.
Blossom Blomberg and her Brownsville Boogie Woogie Babies.
Good.
I am playing sitting down the cello.
Oh, the cello, huh?
For 5 years, every night, I am sitting with between my knees the cello.
For 5 years.
One night, I'm looking on my beautiful legs in the mirror. Yes.
You mean,
When playing the cello, I am bow-legged.
Right.
It's looking like incessantly I am riding a horse.
And today with your bow legs...
Instead of the Dietrich of the Lancaster.
Yes?
They are calling me Hop-Along Nussbaum.
Well, here we are at the last batch in Allen Gallery. Let's see what a knock here will bring.
Welcome, sir, you jolly fellow. Falstaff's here, and the stuff is mellow.
Well, Falstaff Openshaw, not more poems tonight.
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard the little herring had a wonderful dream? He was eating a man in sour cream.
No.
Or, I had to stop plucking chicory chick when Nellie ran off with my mandolin kick.
No.
How about this? This mother got her discharge from the wax. She's back again driving her truck for cash.
Now, wait a minute. Say, Portland.
Yes?
Did you get me that safety pin?
Well, I have a bobby pin. Won't that do?
No, what I need is a safety pin or a long coat.
You tore something?
I have a rip in the back of my trousers as big as a shark's mouth when the shark is yawning. With me, every little breeze doesn't whisper Louise.
How did you tear rhythm.
Well, the whole thing started last night, Portland. You know the biggest hit in the New York theater at the moment is Maurice Evans in his new streamlined version of Hamlet. It's sold out every night. Well, I always go to see Mr. Evans in his Shakespearean plays. So last Saturday night, I went over to the Columbus Circle Theater where Hamlet is playing.
Did you enjoy the show?
Well, it started off wonderful. The lady came in late, and to let her pass, I got up from my seat. I heard something rip, and then a woman behind me said... Lapping over my corduroy, I rushed up the aisle to the manager's office to complain. Well, after a long discussion, the manager said...
Look, Bud, you tore your pants. It's Mr. Evans' show. Now, if you got any complaints, see Mr. Evans when the show is over. Why don't you stand in back of the theater and watch the rest of the play?
Well, as soon as the play was over, I went backstage. I found the star's dressing room. I knocked on the door.
Come in. Fred Allen.
Maurice Evans. Well, Mr. Evans, I hate to bother you.
I didn't know you were out front tonight.
Well, I was out front. Now I'm out back.
Why, what happened?
Well, I bought a ticket. I tore my trousers. How about some money?
Money, money, money. You know what Shakespeare says about money? Neither a borrower nor a lender be. Who steals my purse steals trash. All that...
Now, wait a minute. Never mind Shakespeare. What about my pants?
I'll lend you one of my costumes to wear home.
Well, look, no, I'm not walking down Broadway in a pair of those tights. People will think burlesque is back in New York. Little Flower's back just turned and burlesque is in town again. Now, look, Maurice, let's go 50-50. I'll forget the pants. Just give me the $2.20 I paid for my ticket.
$2.20. That's a lot of money.
Well, now, look, Maurice.
With $2.20, I could buy real poison for the murder scene. That prune juice we're using is brutal.
Now, look.
With $2.20, I could buy a real pastrami for the king's banquet scene in Macbeth. Chewing on that beaver board pheasant every night is murder.
Now, look, wait a minute. I missed the whole scene in the play, Maurice. Hamlet and his father's ghost.
Tell you what I'll do, Fred.
Yes?
Instead of giving you back your $2.20,
yeah?
I'll run through that part that you missed. As the scene opens, his father's ghost enters with Hamlet. Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak. I'll go no further.
Mark me.
Speak, I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit. List, list, oh, list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love.
Oh, God!
Revenge his foul and most unnatural murder.
Murder!
Murder most foul, as in the best it is. But this most foul, strange and unnatural.
Haste me to know it, that I with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge.
I find the act. Now, Hamlet here, is given out that sleeping in my orchard, a serpent stung me. But know thou, noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown.
Ah, my prophetic soul! My uncle!
If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Fare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and begins to pale his uneffectual fire. Adieu! 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 Remember me!
All you host of heaven! O earth! What else then shall I couple hell? I hold my heart, and you my sinews grown not instant old, but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee! I, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. Remember thee! Yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond recall, all swords of books, all forms, all precious parts that youth and observation copied there. And thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, I have.
Oh, villain! Villain! Smiling, damned villain! My tables! Beat it as I set it down, that one may smile and be a villain. At least I'm sure it may be so in Denmark. Now to my word. It is adieu, adieu. Remember me. I have sworn.
Well, that was wonderful, Maurice. I can see why critics hail you as the greatest Hamlet in the theater today.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
But I'd still rather have my 220 if it's all the same to you.
I'm sorry, Fred. I've got to start saving money. I only just got out of the army, you know.
Say, were you the Major Evans Jack Benny told me he met in Pearl Harbor?
Yep. I was in charge of all GI entertainment in the Central Pacific area for nearly 3 years.
Did you produce any Shakespearean plays for the troops?
Yes, I streamlined Hamlet. The GIs seem to like it. That's the version I'm doing now here in New York.
A streamlined Hamlet?
Yes, I've eliminated the grave-digger scene entirely.
The grave-diggers are out? You don't say, alas, poor Yorick, I knew him, Horatio?
No.
You don't say that?
Tired. No, Fred.
Why, that was the only way I could ever tell Hamlet from Macbeth. When the leading man took up the skull and said, alas, poor Yorick, I knew it was Hamlet.
There is another way to tell Macbeth from Hamlet, Fred.
How?
Before you go into the theater,
Yes?
look at the sign outside.
Never thought of that unless it's a Betty Grable picture. Well, Maurice, now that you're out of the army, I guess you'll stay in the Shakespeare racket, huh?
Racket? Fred, how can you call the greatest tradition of the theater a racket?
Now, look, Maury, don't give me that theater guild double talk.
I don't understand.
Now you've got a great gimmick there. The dough is rolling in. Shakespeare's dead. With you, it's all in one pocket.
Are you intimating that I put on Shakespeare's plays only because I don't have to pay him royalties?
Frankly, yes. If Shakespeare was alive today, he'd be a dead duck.
Why, Shakespeare's writing was immortal. He'd be as great a writer today as he was 300 years ago.
Why, he couldn't even write for radio, Maurice. Now, you be W. Shakespeare, and I'll show you what might happen if Shakespeare tried to get a job in radio today. The scene, a busy advertising agency.
Hello, Bat and Foot, Rootroff, and Rubicam Advertising. Now, Mr. Van Nostrand's busy. He's conducting a laboratory test for McGee's meatballs. Well, he's got 10 hungry men in the lab. In front of each hungry man, he's putting a McGee meatball and the book of the month. The test is to see if the hungry man reaches for the meatball or the book of the month. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how the test comes out. I'll let you know. Okay. Hey, you. You waiting to see somebody?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
What's your name?
William Shakespeare.
Address?
Stratford-on-the-Bronx.
Are you here to audition for the Rooster Crow on information, please?
No, I'm a writer. I'm a friend of Mary Margaret McBride.
That's good enough for me. Go right in.
Thank you.
Ah, come right in. I am a busy man. You know how it is in the advertising game. Slogans, conferences, memos, billboards, Benzedrine. Have a chair.
Thank you.
I was just about to have a conference. I won't be a minute. Excuse me.
You got F.A.?
Yes, the conference, men. Ready?
You bet, F.A.
Let's go. Okay, you sold me, men. I'll carry the ball. Conference is over.
Okay, F.A.
Okay, men. Well, nothing like a conference to keep an executive in touch with his organization. Now, what was on your mind, Mr. I didn't get your name.
Shakespeare. William Shakespeare.
Shakespeare.
I'm a writer. A friend of Mary Margaret McBride.
Oh, that goes a long way in this office. Do you write gags or soap opera?
I write plays.
Well, I'll tell you, Shakespeare, I do need a serial program. It's for a new product, a soap powder called Dozen. Dozen is a new idea in soap powders. All the other soap powders do things. Dozen doesn't do a thing. You just put it in the water, Later on, you find lumps in your union suit. It doesn't. Now, I need a good radio show to put this soap powder over.
But I have a play called Hamlet.
Hamlet sounds like a stam derivative. What is the play about?
The first scene is in the king's castle in Denmark.
No. Denmark is out. For a radio serial, it has to be a small town in the Middle West. Let's say Centerville. All right. Hamlet starts in Centerville.
What about the castle?
Castle's out. The family is living in a Quonset hut. Now, who is in the family?
Claudius, Hamlet, Polonius, Horatio, Gertrude, and Ophelia.
Well, Ophelia isn't bad, but those other names are out, Shakespeare. Claudius we'll call Papa Maya. Hamlet will be Sam. Polonius will be Lorenzo Fink. I'll fix up those other names later.
There's also a ghost in the story.
A ghost? Great. The ghost can do the commercials. I wash my sheet in dozens. Well, pick up the ball, Shakespeare. What happens in the story?
Well, Hamlet's father is killed by his uncle, who marries Hamlet's mother.
That's a dangerous cross-reference. That murder is out. Serial programs cannot have murder. Nobody has ever murdered on the radio in the morning. The murders start when the sun goes down and Mr. D.A. and those other mystery programs come on at night. Then it's murder in all sense of the word. Now, what is next?
Well, Hamlet suspects his uncle. Ophelia goes insane. Polonius is killed. The king is poisoned. Hamlet fights a duel with poisoned swords. Finally, everybody is killed or poisoned.
Well, I'll tell you, Shakespeare. Let's not beat about the bush.
Is something wrong, sir?
The Hamlet story is too gruesome for radio. Now, here's what you do.
Yes, sir?
Throw this whole thing out. Get a new story. Know what I mean?
Yes, sir. The town is Centerville.
Good.
Papa Maya runs the local grocery store. Ophelia's in love with Sam.
Fine.
Lorenzo Fink tries to make trouble. There's trouble every day.
Plenty of trouble. Great. Plenty of trouble. Great, Shakespeare. Now, all we need is a new title.
Yes, sir. Instead of Hamlet, I'll call my serial Ophelia Faces Life.
You've got yourself a deal, Shakespeare. What do you say?
Radio is much ado about nothing. Farewell. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Shakespeare, put down that gun. Shakespeare. Bill, say something.
To be or not to be? That is the question.
Dad, what an idea. To be or not to be? The serial is out. I'll make the whole thing a quiz program. To be or not to be? It isn't the mayor of Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga, kid.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guests George Jessel, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you wonder who Senator Claghorn is, my name is Kenny Delmar. In the January issue of Cosmopolitan magazine, ladies and gentlemen, the so-called star of this program was selected as the Cosmopolite of the month. He's been called about everything else, but this month he's a Cosmopolite, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, that story about me in Cosmopolitan, written by H. Allen Smith, turned out quite well, I thought.
Yeah, you know, Fred, all of the magazines seem to be saluting people each month.
They're always saluting. I've noticed that.
Yeah, the Time magazine made President Truman the Man of the Year in January.
You know, I hear Time is making Mayor LaGuardia the Man of the Month for February. It's a short month, I think. The other magazines are still going full blast. The Hobo News is making Jack Benny the Tramp of the month. Pick is picking the Punk of the month. And the Poultry Journal may be...
Allen!
Well, Portland. If you want to cut in, Portland, Kenny and I are talking about magazines saluting different people. Has anyone in your family ever been honored by a magazine?
Well, last year, the Police Gazette chose Mama as Miss Patrol Wagon for 1945.
Miss Patrol Wagon, huh? Is that... I'll laugh at it. At least you got me Is that a camp stool you have with you there?
It's for Mama. She's standing in line.
Standing in line for what?
Mama doesn't know whether she's going to see the picture at the Roxy, get a ticket for Florida, or end up with a pair of nylons.
She doesn't know?
Mama just saw a long line and got in it.
Oh, well, that's the trouble with the country today, Portland. Half of the people are standing in line to buy things. The other half is standing in line picketing. But aren't you, just a mild demonstration, if any. Just a mild. We work it up as we go along. When Mr. Jessel arrives, big things happen. But tell me, aren't you, Portland? Aren't you cold with those liquid stockings on?
No, I always mix in a little antifreeze.
Oh, with the... There's only one trouble with liquid stockings in the winter. If it gets hot all of a sudden, you've got a shoe full of stocking. You never can tell.
Last week, Mama drank some liquid stockings by mistake.
Drank some? Didn't it bother her?
For 2 days, she hiccuped Bobby socks.
I know a man who drank a whole bottle of liquid stockings accidentally.
Was he sick?
No, but he had to swallow a garter to hold his stomach up. That was the last time he saw parrots. And speaking of garters, when you've got to go to Allen's Alley, you've got to go. Remind me to give the writers more money. These women, they've got to go.
Have you a question ready?
A question? You bet. You know, this past week, strikes closed most of the meat-packing plants throughout the country, shutting off the country's supply of meat. And so our question tonight is, if you have been unable to get your quota, how have you been coping with the meat shortage?
Shall we go?
As the electric fan said when somebody turned it on, I think I'll blow. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess the senator's home all right. His bullwhip is coiled up on the front step there.
Somebody now.
Now look, Senator.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn.
I know your name. You're from the South.
I'm a ding-dong daddy from Dallas.
You're a...
Yeah, on the radio, I'll never listen to thanks to the Yanks.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, speak up, son. What's on your mind?
Well, if I only...
Go ahead and talk,
Well, all I'm trying to do is...
Well, the war's over, son, today. Loose lips ain't sinking ships.
I'm just trying to get a word in.
Open your mouth, son. I've heard more conversation coming out of a knothole. Knothole, that is.
You're winded, hey?
Only momentarily, son.
Good. Now, I'll get in there. What about this meat strike?
I brought it up in the house. Pay attention now, son. I heard Claire Luce talk. Luce talk, that's a joke, son.
I know it's a joke. Very good.
Carolina cackle.
I don't care.
That was a Birmingham belly buster.
Now, wait a minute.
You should be yucking, you ain't even smirking.
I don't even get a chance to smirk.
Own up, son, you don't get it. You're from back country.
Now, look, Senator, what about this meat problem?
Well, the nation's capital will have plenty of meat for everybody.
Well, where is Washington going to get this meat?
Son, there's 130 million Americans.
Yes?
And today, every American is sending his beef to Washington. So long.
Well, the senator has a head like a pot roast. It brings back happy memories. Well, I hope Titus Moody is still up tonight. Now, let's see.
Howdy, Bob.
Yeah. Your exhaust is working well, Mr. Moody. You feel all right? You look a little shaky.
Boy, was I stiff last night.
Drinking?
No. Somebody put starch in my bathwater.
You have a bathtub in the house?
No. Every Saturday night, I take a can of Dutch cleanser and lower myself down into the well.
In this cold weather?
No. During the winter, I don't slop around in the well.
Well, how do you keep clean?
Once a week, I go over myself with a eraser and a whisk broom.
Well, how about the meat shortage?
Oh, that don't bother me none. I'm a vegetarian.
Well, haven't you ever tasted meat?
Only once. That cured me.
What happened?
About 20 years ago, a city fella come around selling rabbits.
And you bought one?
Yeah. He give me the rinky-dink.
The old R.D., hey?
Yeah.
Well, how do you mean?
He was dishonest.
Dishonest, huh?
Yeah, looked like a rabbit, cooked like a rabbit, tasted like a rabbit.
What makes you think it wasn't?
Well, for 2 weeks after I ate the rabbit,
Yes?
every time I smelled catnip, I turned a somersault.
Mr. Moody still has that hang cat look, I must say. Oh, well, what will a knock at this door bring?
No.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Weinstein Churchill?
Tell me, Mrs. N, has the meat strike bothered you?
I am in a dilemma.
Dilemma?
There is such a word.
Oh, yes. Yes, dilemma is a word. You might have read it someplace.
I'm only reading broken English.
Oh.
As I am speaking, so I am reading.
Oh, fine.
Why be deceitful? Who am I fooling?
Well, I see your point, yes. I agree with you thoroughly. But what about the meat shortage?
Confidentially, we are having well in hand the situation.
You had some old meat stored up, did you?
Oh, no. My husband, Pierre, is buying a goat. A second-hand Billy.
A second-hand. A used goat. A live goat?
The first night we are locking him in the clothes closet.
I see.
During the night, the goat is eating the backs off of 3 of Pierre's union suits.
Oh, gosh.
The next day, the goat Pierre is killing and we are having for dinner.
Well, after eating the backs off 3 union suits, how did the goat taste?
Like flapjacks, but delicious.
Oh, Yes, Portland.
Shall I pile these letters here?
If you will, please. Those are the last of the Jack Benny contest letters. I've been up 3 nights reading them. You know, I'm one of the judges. And speaking of letters, Portland, reminds me, could you get your pencil, please? I want to dictate a letter.
I'm all ready.
You're ready? We'll take this down. Mr. George Jessel, 20th Century Fox Studios. Dear Mr. Jessel, you are a rat, capital R. Signed, yours sincerely, Fred Allen. Get that off instantly.
Well, I thought you and Georgie were friends.
I'll never speak to Jessel again unless I happen to get a wrong number.
Gosh, what happened?
Well, last week, Mr. Jessel was here in New York. You know, he's a big producer for 20th Century Fox Pictures now, and I received a note saying that Mr. Jessel wanted to see me. So I got all dressed up, got my cane out of Simpson's, and started for Mr. Jessel's office. When I arrived at the 20th Century Fox building, I found Mr. Jessel's office, a big nylon door, and I knocked on the door.
Come in, come in.
Georgie Jessel. Well, Georgie.
Excuse me, Fred. I'm on the phone at the moment. Hello, Lidget Drugstore. This is Georgie Jessel speaking. I want 6 boxcars of Bromo itself to send out to my studio in Hollywood right away. Okay.
Georgie, 6 boxcars of Broma Seltzer?
It's for my new picture, Fred.
Broma Seltzer?
Yes, I'm making a sequel to The Lost Weekend. It's called Saratoga Drunk.
Oh.
Laugh, son. What's the matter with you?
Saratoga Drunk sounds like a great picture.
Well, it's a new idea, Fred. An elephant drinks too much and sees 200 pink saboos.
Only in Hollywood could you possibly pick up 200 pink saboos. And Hollywood, I must say, has surely changed you, Georgie. Those clothes you have on.
Oh, well, this is my working suit, Fred. The shirt happens to have a pink dickie, but nobody noticed.
No. It's mink, isn't it? It isn't pink, it's a mink dickie. And it goes well.
That's right.
Goes well.
It says pink here, but I'll say mink anyway.
It goes well with that fur mandarin coat you have on.
Yes, this is genuine grizzly bear. Instead of the belt in the back, it has a big paw hanging down.
Oh,
this paw spelled more.
A big paw. But as you are, you Hollywood tycoons with your paws hanging down in the back, I suppose you're still living in that house out in Beverly Hills that looks like the Rose Bowl with Venetian blinds.
Oh, you should see it now, Fred. I've had all the grass dyed white.
You have white grass?
Yes.
Why?
Well, when the newsboy throws the paper on the lawn, the color shouldn't clash, you see?
That's
Fred, I've got lavender trees and a pink hedge and a plaid sidewalk.
Well, say, this riot of colors must be causing plenty of comment.
What comment?
Nobody even notices it?
In Hollywood, who takes off the dark glasses?
Oh, I see. Georgie, I wonder what would happen if one day everybody in Hollywood took off their dark glasses and all of the people got a good look at each other.
This is a horrible thought, Fred.
But tell me about your house, Georgie. You have a swimming pool, of course.
I have the biggest pool in Hollywood.
Well, how big is it?
Well, when you stand on one side of the pool,
yes,
from the other side you can hear voices yelling. When are they going to send us home? That's how big the pool is.
Well, you're a great success, Georgie. I saw your last picture of the Dolly Sisters. It was swell.
Well, what I did for the Dolly Sisters, Fred, I can do for you. As a matter of fact, that's why I sent for you.
Really?
I want to produce a story of your life.
The story of my life?
Yes. It'll be bigger than Darryl Zanuck's Leave It to Heaven. I had to get it in.
But Georgie, I know they have a big whip out there when you leave on the plane. But, Georgie, what actor could you possibly get to play my life? Don Amici?
No, Amici's tied up.
Really?
You know, with the telephone situation, he's sorry he started the whole thing. No, there's only one man to play your life, Fred, and that is you.
You mean that I will be the star?
Star? Why, it's your life. Everybody else in the picture is just the stooge.
I'm the whole picture.
Yes, Fred, there's just one little thing.
Yes, Georgie.
Well, now, you know how Alfred Hitchcock always sneaks into some scene in every picture that he directs?
Yes, you always see Mr. Hitchcock in the crowd trying to get into the automat with his nickel out or something.
That's right. Now, do you mind if I do just a little bit like that in your picture?
A little bit? Of course not, George.
You know, they'll just see the back of my head maybe in a barber's chair, or maybe I'll run past the camera with a pushcart fast. Nobody will see. Suppose we just call that a producer's whim.
Well, anything you say, Georgie. Now, what is this story like?
All right, the picture opens with the 20th Century Fox signature music.
George Jessel presents The Life of Fred Allen, starring Fred Allen.
Say, that's wonderful, Georgie. Now what happened?
Now, as the story opens, Fred, you are 4 years old.
Now, wait a minute. Well, how can I play a 4-year-old kid?
Fred, our makeup man can do anything, really.
But I'm 6 feet tall. How can I be a kid?
You play the whole first scene on your knees.
On my knees?
Yeah, we'll glue some shoes on your kneecaps, and nobody will know the difference.
Well, if I walk on my knees, my arms will be dragging on the ground.
All right, so we'll double up your arms, stick little false fingers on your elbows.
Well, after I'm made up, what do I do in the picture?
Well, the story opens in Illinois. Now, you see,
now,
Fred...
Wait a minute, Georgie. I was born in Boston in Massachusetts.
I know that, Fred, but we have an old Illinois set left on the lot from another picture.
What picture?
Home in Indiana.
Home in Indiana.
Now, Fred, if you're going to question every little
you're
detail...
the producer, Georgie. Go
on.
All
right. The picture opens. It is morning.
To little Freddie Allen, starting out in life, the world is a glorious adventure. He is on his way to school, happy, carefree. But see, he stops. The little tyke is worried. Is he late for school? By the side of the road, he sees a gaunt, lean man chopping logs. Hurrying over to this wood chopper, little Freddie says,
"Sir, what is the time?"
"The time, my son? It's time for every American to stop and ponder. Our country is at the crossroads. Sit down on this log, son. I'm only a rail splitter myself. My name is Lincoln. Abe Lincoln."
Now, wait a minute, sir.
I wrote a talk, but I'm going to make it extra. My boy, I'd like you to hear it and tell me what you think of it. Sit down on the log and I'll read it for you.
Look, now, wait.
70 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation.
Now, look,
conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, stop the music. Stop the music.
Now, what's the matter, Fred? What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the life of Fred Allen. It starts out the whole thing is Abraham Lincoln.
Now, Fred, who is sitting there on the log listening to Abraham Lincoln? You. Now, the way the camera said, whose face is the audience? See, yours. And I want to tell you something. You were great.
I was great, yes. I didn't do anything.
You don't understand pictures, Fred.
Well, look,
Now, do you realize what America owes you? If you hadn't let Lincoln try out his Gettysburg Address on you, he might have gotten discouraged and torn up the whole business. Can't you hear people saying, why, if it wasn't for little Fred Allen, the Civil War might still be going on?
Now, but, George, if I was 4 years old when Lincoln was a rail splitter, today I'd be 125 years of age.
Who listens, who cares about such things in pictures? Maybe a couple of history professors who are sitting in the balcony, that's all. Or Joel Copperman. Now, pay no attention to it. Just wait till you see this next scene.
Am I in it?
Am I in it? He says, am I in it? It's all you, Fred. You're a young man, but you have taken to drink.
Drink?
Yes, you're living in Albany. It's apple country, and you're a cider fiend.
I'm full of cider, huh?
Yeah, you're full of cider. Now you have to make a decision. What will it be? Cider or success? As the scene opens, it's the waterfront. The camera's on a jug of cider in your hand. It's clutching that jug.
Will young Fred Allen be picked up by Cider Anonymous? See, he awakens, still in a stupor. He staggers up to a man standing next to a boat on the dock. Allen speaks.
Mister, what day is this?
What day is this, young man? Today is a new day in American navigation. My name is Fulton, Robert Fulton.
Now, wait a minute.
In a few minutes, I'm testing my steamboat, the Clermont. That's why this crowd is here right now. Folks, in a minute you'll see a miracle, a boat driven by steam.
Fulton's father!
All right, laugh, you fools, but I'll show you. I told you my boat would go today. I'll steam down the river.
Steam's up, Mr. Fulton, steam's up.
All right, cast those ropes and start the engine. Watch my steam.
Keepers, the Clermont stupid.
I told you it would. Anchors away.
Stop the music. Georgie, wait a minute.
Now, what's the matter, Fred? What?
Matter? This is the story of my life. I'm already 25 years old, and so far in my whole life I have spoken twice. I have asked 2 questions.
Fred, you don't understand pictures.
I don't understand pictures, but Georgie, if I only had some lines to say, at least I could pull the whistle on the boat.
Star pulls whistles on a boat?
But what is Robert Fulton?
Look, you don't get the significance, Fred.
I did something again?
Certainly you did. You see, when Fulton faced that mob of scoffers, he was about to give up. But he saw in the crowd one face that encouraged him. The camera closes in. This face that he saw, this is yours.
You mean that I'm there on the dock?
Why, if it wasn't for you today, there would be no Fulton Fish Market. There'd be no steam. There'd be no Turkish bass. No steam. Tailors would be pressing pants by hand.
But, Georgie...
Stop complaining, will you? Because the rest of the picture is all you.
Well, it's about time. Now, what happens now?
Next scene opens down south. You started a new life, Fred. You got a job.
Good.
You're on your way to rent a room. And as we fade in, you're walking up the stairs of an old southern mansion.
Sounds good.
Yes, Fred Allen has made a comeback. He has work. His eyes are bright. The world is before him. He knocks on the door of the old southern mansion. A kindly old man with snow-white hair opens the door.
Pardon me, sir. Have you a room to rent?
Come right in, son, and set yourself down. My name is Foster, Stephen Foster.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, I wrote a new song this morning, and I want to sing it for you.
Now, look, George.
Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away.
Music! This is the last straw.
All right, now what?
What is this picture? The life of Fred Allen or a George Jessel cavalcade?
What do you mean?
Now stop stalling, Jessel. You were just going to put the back of your head in my picture.
Now, first the picture, you're Lincoln, then you're Fulton, now you're Stephen Foster. When do you show up as Florence Nightingale?
Who showed you the script?
Never mind. How does the picture end?
How does the picture end? Every picture fades out with a kiss.
Don't tell me you're a contortionist and you kiss yourself.
Now listen, Fred Allen, I'm the producer.
And listen, George Jessel, I'm the star. If this is the life of Fred Allen, I won't stand for it.
All right, I'll tell you what to do. Drop dead and I'll make your life a 2 real short.
Fine, well, I'll do that. Make an appointment. It isn't ish kabibble, kiddies.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guest, Miss Beatrice Lilly, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And in a few minutes, I will be Senator Claghorn. But right now, my name is Kenny Delmar. Last week, ladies and gentlemen, a leading magazine selected America's 10 best-dressed men. Tonight, we bring you a man who was 11th in the first 10. His wardrobe is baggy right up to his eyes. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, today with the clothing shortage, you know, a man doesn't worry about being well-dressed. He just worried about being dressed.
Yes, Fred.
Now, wait a minute. Something might have developed. Don't start off that way with 30 minutes to go. Treading on the possible laughs, you know, treading on the lulls.
I was being a pessimist about the whole thing.
A pessimist? A new thing you've invented.
It's quite a problem,
the clothing, yes. Well, men's clothes, tying us back into the subject so cleverly. Men's clothes are so scarce, Kenny. In this month's Esquire, the Varga girls have more on than the men. I'd like to be Mahatma Gandhi until this clothing shortage blows over, Kenny. You know, after dinner, Gandhi lowers his napkin a little, and he's dressed for the street.
You say that there are no...
Thank you, Mother.
That's my line.
It's really Mrs. Burl. I'm giving her a job till Milton gets going.
Well, Fred, to get back to the suits, you say
yes,
there are no suits in the city, Fred?
No, so Kenny, this morning I saw a little moth flying back and forth in front of a Crawford clothing store. The moth was singing Memory. And if you don't think that a moth can...
Alan!
Well, Portland, see you. Is that little package you have there a present for me?
No, it's some iodine for Mama.
Iodine?
Mama was walking by a pawn shop. The sign fell down and hit her.
A pawn shop sign hit your mother?
Mama has 3 big lumps on her head.
We get a nice class of people. They don't know what pawn shops are. On the Benny program, that would have been sensational. But tell me, with all of those lumps, how does your mother know which lump is her head?
Oh, Mama holds up a piece of meat.
Uh-huh.
The lump that snaps at it is her head.
The lump? Oh, there's always more trouble at your house.
Yes. Last night, Mama's big rubber plant grew up the wall and erased 2 etchings.
Erased 2? Well, what else is new?
They sent another message to the moon this week.
Oh, I read that. What happened?
An answer came back for the Treasury Department.
Well, what did the moon say to the Treasury Department?
I'm down to my last quarter, too.
Some old radio writers up there on the moon. They'll catch him yet. Well, I haven't heard from the moon, but this week I did get a message from the sun.
Oh, what did the sun say?
If I don't pay last month's subscription, they're going to stop sending the paper.
Did you read that Bing Crosby's going back on his radio program?
Yes, his sponsor must be very happy.
Oh, he is. His sponsor said, if I have to have a singer.
Yeah?
It might as well be Bing.
Might as well be there. And speaking of Bing and his program, reminds me, we'd better cheese it along down to Allen's Alley.
Have you a question?
You bet, it says here. Last week, public health authorities warned the nation that this month is the month to beware of catching cold. And so our question tonight is, are you taking precautions? And if you are, what is your favorite remedy for curing a cold?
Shall we go?
As the centipede said when he got the chill, I think I'll shake a leg. Well, Portland, as usual, all is serene down here in Allen's Alley. The senator's home. There's a letter in his mailbox from Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky. I'll knock and see what happens.
Somebody knock.
Yes, I know.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn,
I
that
know
is.
you're from the South.
When I'm in New York, I'll never go to the Yankee Stadium.
Now, wait a minute.
I won't even go to see the Giants unless the Southpaw's pitching.
Well, look.
I refuse to watch the Dodgers unless Dixie Walker's playing.
Now, wait a minute.
Stop interrupting. Where's your manners?
Manners, I have more...
Try listening. You might learn something.
Listen, all I'll ever learn...
Your tongue's wagging like a blind dog's tail in a meat market.
You're winded, hey?
Just sucking in some air, son.
Well, leave a little. I'm breathing, too, you know. Tell me, Senator, what is Washington doing about cold prevention?
The Senate reconvened just in time.
Yeah?
Hold on now.
Your hand stripping, Senator.
I was glad to see Senator Aikenback. Aikenback, that's a joke, son.
I know it's a joke.
That was a scrawny side split.
I wouldn't
That was a Shreveport squeaker.
Listen, you don't know what it is.
I keep tossing them and you just sidestep them.
Well, look. Now, wait.
Say, you're a regular sad sack. Sack, that is.
Now, you wait. Tell me, cool off. Now, just a second. Do you have a favorite cure for a cold?
I caught a cold last week.
Yeah?
Like to ruin my filibuster.
Ruin your filibuster? What did you do?
I took an old Southern remedy, son. I drank down 2 buckets of hot mint juleps.
Gosh.
I kept right on filibustering.
You drank 2 buckets of hot mint juleps and you still held the floor?
Held the floor, son, I couldn't get up off it.
Well, the senator looks like a New England dinner tonight. He sure is boiled. Well, I wonder how Titus Moody is doing this evening.
Howdy, Bob.
Say, Mr. Moody, you look a little tired.
I know. I was up all night. Couldn't get a wink.
You didn't sleep a wink?
No, 'twan't that. Somebody stole my tiddly.
Mr. Moody, have you done anything to fend off colds?
No, colds don't bother none. It's the rheumatism.
Oh, rheumatism, eh?
Yeah, the rheumatism took my grandpa. He died all bent over.
Died all bent over, huh?
Yeah, they started to roll Gramp to the cemetery like a hoop.
Yeah?
Coasting down the hill, he got away from the pallbearers.
What did they finally do?
They buried Gramp in a drum.
A bass drum?
No, snare drum. He was a little man.
Oh, well. Well, Mr. Moody, tell me, has this cold epidemic hit your farm?
Why, my bull caught awful cold out in the pasture.
Got in a draft?
Yeah, somebody left the gate open.
Oh, that'll do it. Well, did you treat the bull?
Yeah. First I wrapped him in blankets to get him sweating.
Yeah?
Then I rubbed him all over with turpentine.
Would this cure your bull?
I don't know. I ain't caught him yet.
Have you been a victim yourself?
No, but my wife had a nasty cold.
Did you call the doctor?
Yeah. Gall down quack, give her sulfur and molasses. Put in too much sulfur.
Well, how can you tell he gave her too much sulfur?
When my wife sits in the dark, she glows.
Well, are you doing anything about it?
Why, Senator Claghorn, a foreigner next door, he sent me over a bucket of hot mint julep.
For your wife?
No, for me. Tonight I'm getting lit up to keep her company. So long, Bob.
Look to go, Titus. It's going to get lit up on his weekend. Well, let's see what a knock here will start.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You're expecting maybe two la-lula bankheads?
No. Tell me, Mrs. N, have you had any colds in your house?
My husband Pierre is sick.
Oh, really?
They are maybe sending him to a clinic. The Meyer brothers.
Oh, the Meyer brothers. But didn't Pierre try any cold remedies?
Every day is on new remedies. First he is bringing home fruit to drinking fruit juices.
What kind?
Oranges, grapefruits, tambourines.
All of the citrus fruit.
If you could squeeze it, Pierre's got it.
Well, how long did he drink the fruit juices?
1 day.
Mm-hmm.
Then Pierre is opening up the window and throwing out the fruit.
Oh, he had another remedy?
Vitamins from vegetables.
Oh, good.
He's bringing home carrots, stringler beans, and rutabagas.
How long did he try vitamins?
1 day.
1 day again.
Pierre is opening up the window and throwing out the vegetables.
He had yet another remedy?
Sunshine.
Oh.
He is bringing home a sun lamp, a tube unguentine, also smoked glasses.
Well, how long did he try sunshine?
1 day.
1 day again.
Pierre is opening up the window and throwing out the sun lamp, the tube unguentine, also the smoked glasses.
He had another cure?
Absolute rest.
Oh.
He's staying in bed.
Uh-huh.
I am bringing meals, I'm bringing pills, I'm bringing hot water bottles.
Well, how long did this last?
1 day.
And then?
I am opening up the window and throwing out Pierre.
Well, here we are at the last shack in Allen's Alley. Let's see what happens here.
Roses are red, jonquils are yellow, Falstaff is here, and the stuff is mellow.
Falstaff, you have been sweating out new cantos?
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard, said Mr. Fairless to Mr. Murray, I'll open my steel mills, what's your hurry?
No.
Or, this week in Brazil, Mayor LaGuardia's a hero. He's no longer the hat. He is now the sombrero.
No.
How about, stop breathing on the percolator, Mother? You're too old to be blowing your top.
Now, wait. Tonight we're simply discussing the common cold and its prevention.
Precisely why I am here.
Yes?
I have rolled a rondo.
What is your cold poem called?
Attention, you men of science.
How does it go?
Attention, you men of science. Stop advancing civilization and turn your efforts to solving an enigma that baffles the nation. Oh, I know you've harnessed the atom. Jet propulsion you mastered last June. Radar you've reduced to a plaything. And now you're in touch with the moon. But one small microbe defies you, and science is 10,000 years old. You haven't subdued coryza, the germ of the common cold. So attention, you men of science. Until this germ you confront right, half of this country will be sneezing, and the other half saying Gesundheit.
Yes, Portland?
Who is your guest tonight?
Well, I haven't any guess.
Oh, I thought you had Evelyn and her magic violin.
Well, I thought I did too, but Evelyn broke a string on the magic violin, and Spitalny couldn't get his hands on a cat in time, so the whole thing fell through.
Well, I read in Earl Wilson's column that Beatrice Lilly just arrived in New York from London.
Say, B. Lilly, she's the famous musical comedy star.
You mean the British Cass Daly?
Now, Portland, please. Do not jeopardize our friendly relations with England. B. Lilly, you know, she would make a swell guest for tonight. I think I'll run over to Miss Lilly's hotel.
Yes?
Is Miss Lilly in?
I'm Beatrice Lilly.
Miss Lilly?
Oh, you may call me Bee.
B?
As in a hive. Ha, ha, ha! That's a joke, son.
I know.
Oh, that was a Liverpool Lulu.
Now, please, Miss Lilly, my name is Fred Allen.
Now, that's what I like about you American men. You're so impulsive. We've barely met and you've told me your name.
Well, in England, you do things differently.
When a gentleman meets a lady in England, the lady extends her hand, the gentleman kisses it.
If you will extend your hand.
With the meat shortage? Not likely.
Well, Miss Lilly, I'll come right to the point. I am in radio.
Radio? Oh, you mean the wireless.
Oh, that's right. In England, you do call radio the wireless.
Yes, yesterday I asked the man to direct me to Wireless City.
While you meant... You meant Radio City.
Well, this gentleman told me that at the moment all of New York was wireless. So he handed me a sign, and we had a ripping time marching up and down all day.
Well, Miss Lily, you may not know it, but you were picketing Western Union. Tell me, what is radio like in London? I hear it's a bit of the old drab.
The old drab? On the contrary. British radio is a frolic from sun-up to bedtime.
A frolic? Well, what programs go to make up a day on the BBC?
Well, we're up at the crack of dawn to hear Dr. Mickelman's concert hour.
Dr. Mickelman has a big orchestra?
Just a flute.
You sit through a whole hour of flouting?
Well, 2 hours until 8 o'clock.
What happens at 8 o'clock?
Well, from 8 to 12, there's an educational talk by Professor Swaffin. He's a royal taxidermist.
After 2 hours of fluting, you sit through 4 hours of talking?
Oh, it's very exciting. Professor Swaffin is running a series on how to stuff a field mouse.
Oh.
As Professor Swaffin lectures, we all sit by our radios, stuffing our field mice.
What happens when you stop stuffing your field mice?
Dr. Mickelman comes back with his flute. And he plays till sundown.
Well, that takes care of British daytime radio. Now, what happens at night?
Oh, it's generally quite gay.
Really?
Little boys playing drum solos, chess games are broadcast. Then late at night, Professor Swaffin returns for another lecture.
And everybody starts stuffing their field mice again?
No, Professor Swaffin's night lecture is called How to Stuff an Owl.
Oh, phenomenal. This fills in the rest of the evening.
Yes. BBC goes off the air with Dr. Mickelman and his flute playing When You Come to the End of a Perfect Day.
Well, radio in America is quite different, Miss Lily.
Oh, you don't stuff field mice?
Oh, no. Radio listeners here stuff their ears. Now, why don't you come on my program tonight, and I can show you how we work it here.
Oh, sorry, Fred. I'm much too busy. I'm here looking for material for a new review I'm doing in London next month.
B, if you would be interested in a smash musical show for London, your search is over.
Oh, you have a show?
A show? Why, in London it'll be bigger than Alfred Hitchcock any way you look at him.
Well, what's it called?
Piccadilly.
Piccadilly? What does it play about?
Well, as the curtain rises, you hear a fanfare. The scene is Piccadilly Circus. It's C. Aubrey Smith's birthday, and all London is in a festive mood. As the show starts, the merry Londoners break into song.
Piccadilly in the land of shilling, pence, and pounds.
Where a cop, a bobby, something smock, is nobby, and the subway's called the Underground.
Piccadilly, it's the art of London, and it's so.
Britannia rules each wave, every man is brave, and the only coward there is Noel.
It's the Isle of the Spat and Green Suit, the land that gave Winston the boot. And when we say...
Music, please.
Stop singing, really.
B, is something wrong?
Fred, this music's from Oklahoma.
Now, look, B.
Well, look here, you can't steal the whole score from Oscar Hammerstein and Dick Rogers.
The Oscar Hammerstein and Richard Rogers have 5 hit shows all going now. All day long, they do nothing but count money. They never look up. How will they know that one of their little shows is missing?
I can't star in a black market play.
Well, look, the rest of the show is entirely different, B. Now, listen to this next scene.
Well, what is it?
But you are Daisy. You're a treacle girl in a pudding shop.
A treacle girl?
If a customer comes in, an old pudding fiend, and orders pudding and wants a little treacle on it...
I rush over with my treacle cruet and pour.
Yes. You're a young, innocent girl.
I see. I'm good, but I'm sticky.
Right. Now, as this next scene opens, you are waiting for your bus. It's a typical London spring morning. As a tribute to a spring day in London, you sing...
There are days that I feel I should chuck it when the rain's coming down by the bucket. It's a nice day for ships. The sky drips and drips. I'm here in a puddle, clear up to my hips. Oh, what an inclement morning. Oh, what a typical day. The streets full of flotsam and jetsam, and every greetings coming my way.
Oh, what a drizzly morning. Oh, what a ghastly day. I have a miserable feeling that this is the way it will stay.
Oh, what a frightfully lousy day.
That was wonderful, Bee.
What's next, Fred?
Well, now comes the love scene. I am your sweetheart, Herbert. We have a clandestine rendezvous at Kensington Gardens. We're sitting on a park bench, and you speak.
Herbert, ain't this heavenly?
Daisy, I've got a question to pop.
Oh, Herbert.
But Daisy.
You touched my hand.
But I had me mitten on.
Yes, but our reputations, Herbert. People will talk.
But Daisy.
Remember the rules of English courtship, Herbert? Certain don'ts we must observe.
Certain don'ts?
Don't bone my kipper for me. Don't slap my bicycle clip. Don't put salt on my fish and chips. People will say we're enamored.
Don't tug my tea bag string. Don't filch my crumpet crumbs. Don't sniff my chrysanthemums. The neighbors will say we're infatuated. I think that's good.
Don't jostle my snooker cue. Herbert, please don't get gay.
Daisy, I won't even look at you. The hoi polloi will sigh with that Say, if I rehearse a little more, this play will be a sensation in London, Bee. Now, the next scene is the big climax.
Tell me what happened.
Well, your father refuses to let us marry. As the scene opens, you are pleading. You say...
Have an art paper? Herbert wants to take me to America.
America? My little Daisy live among those savages. The Chippewas, the Algonquins, the Brooklyn Dodgers.
But I have a job waiting for me, sir. Work in Canada.
Herbert's renting a North. He's going with the Northwest Mounties.
But Canada, Daisy, it's too blasted cold. The temperature goes down to 10 beneath the cipher.
Freezing weather won't bother me none, sir.
You say you don't mind the cold? Why don't you?
I shall tell you why I don't, sir. For the cold I don't give a newt, 'cause I'm wearing my new union suit. Yes, I'm wearing my new union suit with the hinge on the back. With my hinge quite a figure I'm a-cuttin'. Down the Strand you can all see me struttin'. Fits me close and keeps me comfy, and there is no slack. The cloth pure wool and the buttons are brown. The seams sure hold it together. The arms roll up and the legs roll down in case there's a change in the weather. To Lend-Lease I give all the credit. They sent me a suit and I shall never, never forget it. In such a suit there is nothing that any bloke can ever lack. It's me, itchy little suit with the hinge on the back. Well, there you are, Bee. As soon as your father finds out I have a union suit, the wedding day is set. In the big finale, we are on the Queen Elizabeth about to sail for Canada. As the boat pulls out, we hear the merry villagers singing...
You can get there by omnibus and tram.
Where we never picket. We just play cricket. Where the AEF left all its lamb.
That's the Feeders Land, Illuminati. The land of the new Labour Party. And now we say, giddy-o! We need to say, where the youth of Piccadilly, Piccadilly, P-I-C-A-D-I, and a white Piccadilly.
It isn't a pickle in the middle with the mustard on top, kiddies.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guest, Edward Everett Horton. Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And until I make a quick change and become Senator Claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar. Well, here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you. You know what?
Mr. Allen.
Well, of course. What's the good word tonight, Portland?
Mama said the end of your program was cut off last week.
I know, but like a snake, it wiggled until sundown. I must... Tell me, was your mother upset?
No. Mama said with your program, you can cut it off any place. It's still too long.
Still too long, huh? So let's get along down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question for tonight?
Well, Portland, recently the Better Business Bureaus around the country held a conference to warn people with wartime savings against swindlers and racketeers. And so our question is, have you ever been approached by a swindler? And if you have you ever lost any money?
Shall we go?
Well, as the man said after he finished inventing the first locomotive, I think I'll make tracks. Everything is so peaceful and serene down here in Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess the senator's home all right. His snuff and dipping stick are there on the front porch. Hell, let's knock and see.
Somebody knock.
I know.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
Say, you look groggy, Senator.
I've been sick all night. I thought Riga Memphis was setting in.
That's rigor mortis.
I'm from the South, son. It's Riga Memphis.
You're from the South.
When I say solid Jackson, I mean Stonewall Jackson. I never go to the circus.
Why not?
In among them ringlings, there's a North.
Now, wait. Senator, tell me, what is Congress doing about those swindlers taking people's savings?
I asked the members to file reports.
Now, wait, Senator. Have you ever met up with one of those swindlers?
Well, I was rocked by a smooth-talking carpetbagger.
Rocked, were you?
Yeah.
Don't you, hey?
I was rooked by him, too.
Rooked and rocked all the same time.
Well, he sold me 200 shares of Texas Oil stock.
He was a phony, huh?
I went to his office. The low-down scallywag had scooted.
You mean this oil man didn't have any wells?
The only wells he had was a big picture of Orson hanging on the wall.
Well, I think the senator should stop Orson around. Now, let's drop in on Titus Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody, have you had any trouble with slickers trying to get your money?
Ain't many around that can put the sickles into my grass.
There are. You've been approached by shoppers, eh?
Yep. Every time I go to New York.
Uh-huh.
First time, a friend says, look out for pickpockets. So I did.
How?
Cut the bottoms off all my pockets.
What? What happened?
Well, I was walking down Broadway. I felt a hand in my side pocket.
What did you do?
I put my hand through t'other side pocket and shook hands with the fella.
Oh, fine.
Yep. Met some nice people that way.
Well, I imagine. Well, you've never lost any money in New York.
Only once. I had $89 sewed into my left mitten.
What happened?
I was walking along 10th Avenue, happy as a weasel full of hen meat.
You were feeling fine, eh?
Had a mouth full of tutti frutti. I loved life. It was good to be alive.
Oh, fine.
At one corner, I come to a revival meeting.
A revival meeting on 10th Avenue?
20 men was kneeling down on the sidewalk.
I see.
I knelt down, too.
Uh-huh.
When I got up, my $89 was gone.
You lost $89 at a revival?
Upon no revival.
No.
It was a crap game. Oh, you little Joe. So long, Buck.
Well, Mr. Moody looks pale. I guess he's still fading. Well, now let's try this next door.
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Alice Fago?
Tell me, Mrs. Ann, has any racketeer tried to get you to invest?
Not me, my husband, Pierre.
Oh, Pierre is gullible?
In the whole Fulton fish market, you wouldn't find a bigger sucker.
Well, what happened?
Pierre's Uncle Mo, the Zipper King, is dying.
The Zipper King, huh?
He is leaving Pierre $1,500 in cash.
Oh, the swindlers got wind of it?
Crowds is coming. Robbers. Cohen men.
Cohen men, huh?
All kinds jipper.
Trying to get Pierre to invest?
One got us for selling Wildcat stock. Who needs Wildcat?
Oh, I see.
Inventors is coming.
Well, what inventions did they have?
One is a liverwurst bookmark.
A liverwurst bookmark?
You are reading and getting hungry.
Uh-huh.
You are eating the bookmark.
Oh. Well, what did Pierre finally do with his $1,500?
A faker in a trapper suit is trapping Pierre.
How?
You're selling Pierre a mink farm.
Oh, a mink farm.
300 two-tone mink.
What is a two-tone mink?
In the front it is mink.
Uh-huh.
And the sides it is mink.
Uh-huh.
But down the back is a white stripe.
Well, how is the mink farm working out?
All of a sudden, nobody is wanting two-tone mink.
Pierre is losing money?
His $1,500 is gone.
He's down to his last cent?
And what a cent.
And that brings us to the beaverboard bungalow at the end of the alley.
Greetings all, alack-a-day. Falstaff's here with Rondelay.
Openshaw, you have new gems for us tonight?
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard, we always let Meyer fix the tire? Meyer has small paws and he doesn't perspire?
No.
We haven't seen Mother since early last fall when they tacked her picture on the post office wall.
Now, wait a minute. Tonight we are discussing racketeers trying to get the savings of honest folks.
Precisely why I am here. I have contrived a canto.
What is it called?
A fig for all you swindlers.
And how does it, and it goes?
A fig for all you swindlers, you disciples of sharp practice. If you think you can fleece Falstaff, you're mistaken. For the fact is, you can't sell me your phony stocks or fake nylons this season. That used car at black market price I won't buy. Here's the reason. It isn't that I'm smarter that you can't swindle me, chum. It's because I have no money. I'm a pauper, just a bum.
Portland, is that today's paper you have there?
Yes, I'm reading Mama's ad.
Your mother's ad?
Mama saw Clark Gable's new picture, and she put an ad in the paper.
Really? What does it say?
Will exchange.
Uh-huh.
My Sinatra records, my Bobby socks, too. And Van Johnson's picture, it's practically new.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give all of these plus $2 cash in exchange for one hair of Clark Gable's mustache.
Uh-huh. So your mother is through with the Victory Model Dream Boys, huh?
Mama says the real thing is back. Why should she bother with substitutes?
It would like work as sand hog, garbage collector, or cuspidor maintenance man. Address, Bowery Plaza Hotel, Edward Everett Horton.
Edward Everett Horton, the big movie star?
Gad, Portland, something terrible must have happened to Eddie living on the Bowery looking for a job. Say, he must be down and out.
Can't somebody help him?
Well, Eddie's a friend of mine. I'll see what the trouble is. I'm off to the Bowery. Gosh, this is the place. Bowery Plaza Hotels. Beds 50 cents a week with DDT 75 cents. Say, I wonder what Edward Everett Horton is doing in here. Well, I better go in.
Want a flop, Bud?
No, I'm looking for Mr. Edward Everett Horton.
Oh, wanted to guess.
Yes.
Horton, huh?
Horton,
Let
yes.
me look in the register.
Uh-huh.
Horton. He's got cot 37 in the Empire Room.
The Empire Room?
Yeah, over there. Just pull aside that burlap. That's it.
Oh, thank you. Right through here, I guess. Oh, look at all these rum-soaked derelicts. Cot number 34, 35. Oh, hello, Mr. Milan.
Hiya, pal.
36. Well, here we are, cot 37. Gosh, this guy with the long beard. Hey, who are you?
Who am I? Well, who do you think I am? I'm Edward Everett Horton.
Eddie, look at me.
Why? Oh, my word, it's Fred Allen. Oh, you in this flop house, too, eh? Oh, my.
Eddie,
I knew radio wouldn't last.
Well, I just came down.
I'm sorry, Fred. I'd like to help you out, but these cots are so narrow, neither of us would sleep a wink.
Eddie, what are you doing living in this flea bag? Paying 50 cents a week.
Terrible, isn't it? They wouldn't give me the monthly rate.
Well, what's wrong? Have you been off on a lost weekend? Are you broke?
No, Fred, I'm on strike.
On strike?
I am sick of those namby-pamby roles I always get in motion pictures. In every film, I'm a floor walker.
I know.
I've been a floor walker in 53 pictures. If a picture has a flaw in it, they've got me on the floor before the linoleum.
But, Eddie...
Always answering questions. Where is this? Where is that? I'm through.
But, Eddie...
Let people find out where it is for themselves.
But, Eddie, you're the pallbearer type. Why, in that cutaway coat, those striped trousers, your lapel in bloom with gardenia...
Don't mention gardenia to me.
Well, why not?
Going through life with a wet lapel.
You had to have a wet lapel?
Keep my gardenia fresh. My gardenia ever drooped? I was through.
But in dress clothes, you looked immaculate.
Well, the old Dapper Horton is finished.
Really?
Fred, look at me. Look. The new Horton. Frowsy and fragrant.
Gosh, look at that beard. You have about 30 hours of 5 o'clock shadow there.
Isn't it divine, huh? And look at this ragged suit.
Eddie, you mean you're doing all of this to force Hollywood to give you tough guy parts?
I'm sick of playing gentleman, kissing women's hands, getting that cheap jewelry caught in my bridge work.
But, Eddie...
Give me, I tell you, Fred, give me those Bogart parts. 10 women can be in the room and Bogart lays around with a bottle of beer and the top button of his union suit open. That's for me, Fred. That's for
I
me.
know, but your dignity.
Dignity? What do you mean? Always having to eat sensen? I'm sick of smelling like the doorman at Elizabeth Arden's.
Well, I know.
Oh, I tell you, this is the life for me, Fred. This is it. Smell my breath.
Zephyr of White Tower.
I had to wait 20 years to find out what an onion was.
Well, tell me, how long are you going to stay down here on the Bowery?
Fred, until I know I'm ready.
How will you know?
Every day I go into the Hobo News office.
Yes?
The day I walk in and the editor of the Hobo News says, "Throw that dirty bum out," I'm ready.
But, Eddie, you're not the type for those two-fisted roles you want to play.
Why not? I repeat, why not? They took that crooner Dick Powell and they made him into a hard-boiled character, didn't they?
Yes, 5 years ago, Dick Powell couldn't punch his way out of a daisy chain. Today, he's the poor man's Dillinger. Now, if you could get a picture...
I've got a gangster picture already, Fred.
Really?
I wrote it myself. If I could only show those Hollywood producers the new Horton. Horton the Killer.
Well, what is your play like?
Oh, here's the script.
Now, let me see. The play opens with a fanfare, huh?
Edward Everett Horton presents...
Edward Everett Horton in...
Edward Everett Horton's gangster epic.
Nasty Eddie, Beast of the Underworld.
A new star joins the ranks of Hollywood tough guys, Nasty Eddie Horton. Born in the gutter, weaned on venom, he killed his father and mother and became a self-made orphan. The Exterminator's Journal named him Mr. Rat for 1946. Nasty Eddie has put the so-called hard-boiled stars of Hollywood to rout. When Alan Ladd bumped into him on Vine Street, Nasty Eddie barked,
"Scram, lad."
At the Brown Derby, when Humphrey Bogart said his soup was too hot, Nasty Eddie leered,
"Hello, Bogart."
At Schwab's drugstore, when Sidney Greenstreet tried to get into a phone booth, Nasty Eddie sneered,
"Fat chance, Greenstreet."
When another Hollywood star stepped on his foot, Nasty Eddie raged,
"Take that, you, and that, and that. Next time, watch where you're going, Margaret O'Brien."
Trigger-tempered, hard and cruel, Nasty Eddie blasted his hoodlum way to the top. How did he become the beast of the underworld? This, then, is the story of Nasty Eddie.
Who is Nasty Eddie? No records chronicle his nefarious deeds. His gruesome exploits are known to but one man. Through the courtesy of the FBI, we bring you the only man who ever knew Nasty Eddie and lived. He is Louis the Lug. All right, Louis.
Thank you, folks. My name is Louis the Lug. I'm doing 10 years in Sing Sing and 15 years in Leavenworth. I'm commuting. In 1929, I was head gee with the Purple Dicky Gang. We was called the Purple Dicky Gang because we always left the Purple Dicky at the scene of the crime. One day, I called the gang for a meeting. It was Mother's Day. We was planning to hijack a Fanny Farmer truck to get some nougatines for our old ladies. Well, the door opened slowly, and I heard a voice say,
"Stick them up, fellows. Reach for the murals."
Nasty Eddie.
You're through, Louis the Lug.
Oh, yeah? Grab him, man. Nasty. You knocked off me whole mob.
That was my intention, Louis.
You're taking over the Purple Dicky Gang?
That isn't all. Call up City Hall.
Yeah?
Tell the mayor I'm giving him 10 minutes to get out of town.
You mean?
I'm moving in. I'm taking over the whole city.
Nasty.
Louis, you're looking at the new mayor.
Someday, Nasty Eddie, you'll go too far. Say you were great, Eddie.
Was I tough enough?
Oh, tough. You were tougher than the lamb chop on a 40-cent blue plate. You made Humphrey Bogart look like a choir boy in the bells of St. Mary's.
I frightened myself. Look, I'm shaking like the last man in a conga line.
Say, if any of those big movie producers heard you, The phone, I'll get it. Hello? Hollywood calling?
Uh-huh.
For Edward Everett Horton? It's for you, Eddie.
I felt that, Fred. Hello? 20th century? Yes, Mr. Zanuck, yes. You heard the new Horton? You bet, Mr. Zanuck. I'll leave tonight. Goodbye, Mr. Zanuck.
I told you you'd get a He-Man part, Eddie. Was it a job?
Yes, 20th Century is making a new picture, Weekend at Woolworths.
And you're playing a gangster?
No, a floor walker.
Good night, Eddie. It isn't the Jack Benny album of familiar jokes, kid, is?
Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guest, Arthur Treacher. Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Parker Fenley as Titus Moody, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And until I show up as Senator Claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar.
Today, ladies and gentlemen, most radio programs are giving things away. This program is different. We give you nothing. And to prove it, here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, you're right about radio programs giving things away. You know, the only trouble is that generally the winners get the wrong things.
What do you mean?
Well, a leading question if I have ever heard one. Well, I shall tell you what I mean, Kenneth. Last week on a program, let me see, that program, If You Can Lift It, Take It Away. No, that was another one. This was the following day. Oh, this program is called Musician for a Day. Now, on this program, an old lady, 89 years of age, won a set of bagpipes. Now, the poor old lady hasn't got wind enough to cool a demi-task. What can she do with the bagpipes? That's my question.
You're really making this up, Fred.
Kenny, if I am lying, may you get a line with a laugh in it some night. I heard another program Morons Are Funny, with some guy, Ralph Winkletter, I think his name is. And a man came to the microphone, Mr. Tomtit Nishball. I caught the name. And he missed his question, and they hit him right in the face with a lemon meringue pie. Then they gave him a Gruen watch.
Well, Mr. Nishball got a watch, didn't he?
Yes, but for 2 weeks, Mr. Nishball had meringue in his eye and couldn't see what time it was. So you see, Kenny, if you win a wheelbarrow... Well, Portland, gee whiz. You're just in time, Portland. Kenny and I are talking about radio programs giving things away.
Mama won 2,000 cakes of soap and a sponge on the radio.
Oh, really? In a contest, was it?
I use Oh Boy Soap because.
Oh, boy, soap because. What was your mother's winning answer?
Mama wrote, I use Oh Boy Soap because I'm dirty.
She had 23 words left over, huh? Well, tell me, what's new this week, Portland?
Did you read that some company wants to put music in the subway train?
Music, that's fine. That'll be like riding to work in a jukebox, won't it?
If they played the Star-Spangled Banner in the subway, women might be able to get seats.
Well, how could they get the Star-Spangled Banner? Lucy Monroe will not sing in the subway.
The subway could have its own song.
Subway songs? What songs?
BMT for two.
BMT for two.
Will you love me at Penn Station as you did at Union Square? She'll be coming on the shuttle when she comes.
I don't think it's going to work out, Portland.
Why not?
Well, the subway is losing money. Now, if it needs music, the mayor will be glad to go down in the subway and sing the blues. And speaking of business, we have no business here. You know, it's time we were getting down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Do you believe in hobbies? And if you do, what is your hobby?
Shall we go?
As Winkin said to Blinken, why not? Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. That goody. Well, the senator's in all right. His hexing kit and voodoo mess jacket are here on the front veranda, see? Well, let's knock.
Somebody knock.
Yes,
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
I know, you're from the South.
I've been in the house all day. I refused to come out.
Why?
The wind was blowing from the north. The only dance I do is the Charleston.
Now, look.
I never go to the Stork Club, son.
Why not?
That Billingsley's first name is Sherman.
Now, wait a minute.
Sherman. When I say that name, I'll wrench my mouth out.
Tell me, Senator, confidentially, do you have a hobby?
My only hobby is home movies.
Oh, you have different pictures?
Only one picture, son. Gone with the Wind.
Your hobby is showing the same picture over and over?
Only one scene.
One scene?
Where Grant takes Richmond.
I see.
I run the film backwards, son.
You mean?
I guess we gotta wait for him.
Yeah.
I just sit there and watch watch Richmond taking Grant. So long, so long.
Well, the senator probably thinks the girl in Gone with the Wind is O'Hara Scarlett. Well, I see Mr. Moody's light is on.
Howdy, Bob.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, have you a hobby?
Oh, I've had lots of hobbies. I've been on the radio twice.
Oh, with your hobbies?
Yeah. First time I went to New York with 200 pounds of putty.
200 pounds of putty, huh?
Saving putty was my hobby.
Well, what did you do on the air?
I just spoke my name, said the putty was mine.
I see.
Fella that was running the program, he felt my putty and he says, "No hard feelings," and thank you, Mr. Moody.
Thank you.
The audience stomped and whistled. They thought it was putty good.
Mr. Moody.
I picked up my putty and come home.
Well, you've had, since this putty episode, you've had other hobbies since?
Oh, yes. One time I was collecting deer ends.
Deer ends?
Yeah. Everybody was mounting deer heads. I started collecting what was left over.
Oh!
I had 20 deer ends mounted on the walls.
20 deer ends.
When I opened the door...
Yes?
Seemed like I was overtaking a herd.
What is your latest hobby?
Oh, I've given up hobbies.
Why?
Last hobby I had was giving moose calls.
Well, why have you given up your moose calls?
Well, one morning at daybreak, I went up to the top of the hill.
I see.
Put on an old fur coat and a fur cap.
Mm-hmm.
Got down on all fours.
Yeah?
I give out with a moose call.
Uh-huh.
Big she-moose come over the hill running.
Uh-huh.
She nuzzled up to me and started licking my fur cap.
The moose was in love with you, huh? Well, what did you do?
Well, I got up and explained matters as best I could.
And?
A big tear come into her eye.
And the moose?
She turned and walked away.
And that's why you've given up your hobby of moose calls?
Yeah, but somewhere in them hills tonight...
Yes?
There's a moose with a broken heart. So long, Bob.
So long. Well, I never suspected that Mr. Moody was a lady killer. Oh, well, let's try this next door.
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Moranica Lake.
Tell me, Mrs. N, do you have a hobby?
Since a little girl, cooking is by me a hobby.
Ah, you like to cook, huh?
From all kinds of different magazines, I'm cutting recipes.
Different dishes, huh?
From Health magazine, I'm making mock pot roast.
Mock pot roast?
You are mixing 2 pounds soybeans with the yolks of 2 eggplants.
Oh, that does it. Well, how does this mock pot roast taste?
It is all mock and no pot roast.
Well, what other magazine recipes have you tried?
I'm making native fish chowder.
What is that?
All kinds of fish, 2 quarts milk, and for luck, I'm throwing in 2 horseshoe crabs.
2 horseshoe crabs for lunch. Well, that sounds good.
On top, I'm putting 2 sturgeon eyes.
Well, what magazine had this recipe, a chowder with 2 eyes?
Look.
Oh, look. That's fine.
And from Reader's Digest, I'm making a recipe.
Oh, from Reader's Digest.
It is 1 pinch flour, 2 drops water, 3 grains sugar, 1 thimble Crisco, also half a raisin.
You bake this?
It is coming out a cookie.
Oh. Well, if your hobby is cooking and you keep cooking these weird recipes, who eats them?
My husband, Pierre.
And what is Pierre's hobby?
Taking bicarbonate.
Oh. Well, that brings us to the last caddy in the alley. I wonder what will happen here.
Greetings all from the king of Ode. Falstaff's here with his weekly load.
Falstaff. What new poems are you toting tonight?
Have you heard The Toast of the Bronx is Mrs. Malone? She plays Ailey on her slide trombone.
No.
Or the kangaroo's pouch was stretched too far when a cop jumped in and said, "Follow that car."
Tonight we're simply discussing hobbies.
Why am I here? Precisely.
I know what you have. What is your poem called?
Hobbies.
How does it go?
Hobbies are the current rage, the vogue among all classes. Millionaires have hobbies, likewise the lowly masses. stamp collections, mustache cups, autographs and string, buttons, ships in bottles, and records sung by Bing. My so-called hobby's unorthodox. I collect odd items, rare. Old racing forms, cigar butts I acquire here and there. A dirty wad of chewing gum, a discarded crust of bread, stubs of opera tickets, an orchid long since dead. My collecting isn't a hobby, you connoisseurs may say. You're right. Collecting is my profession. I'm a street cleaner on Broadway.
Say, Portland.
Yes?
Did your mother like the birthday present I sent her? You know, Mr. Goodman's album of familiar waltzes.
Well, one of the records is cracked.
Really? Which one?
The Blue Danube.
Did she play it?
Yes. Mama said the Blue Danube sounded like Flushing Bay.
Fine. You could use that other now, right? Get this now. It's fine. You could use that right here, too.
Do you think you could exchange the record?
Not I. If your mother wants to return that record, she can do it herself. I had enough trouble in that music shop.
What happened?
Well, the other afternoon I started out to buy Mr. Goodman's album for your mother. I was walking down Broadway. I finally came to a music store called Jukebox Heaven. A little plaque in the window said, Carmen Lombardo slept here. As I opened the door, I heard a salesman arguing with a customer. The salesman said,
I'm sorry, sir. I never heard of that song. None of your blooming lip, you blasted bounder. I'll have you sacked. Where's the manager? Manager?
Arthur Treacher. Arthur, whatever is the trouble?
Why, this obnoxious flunky refuses to sell me a record. Manager?
Now, stop yelling, Arthur. What song do you want?
But it's called Permitted to Precipitate.
Permitted to precipitate. Oh, clerk, bring Mr. Treacher, Let It Snow.
Yes.
Have you heard some of our others? Have you heard Hammerstein and Rogers' masterpiece? It might as well be spring.
The lyrics are positively silly.
Silly?
Now, that line, I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams.
Well?
A spider spinning daydreams? Have you ever seen what comes out of a spider? It looks like a lot of dirty dental floss.
Now, wait a minute.
And that other line. I feel so gay in a melancholy way.
Arthur.
Well, it's definitely paradoxical. It is emotionally impossible to feel gay in a melancholy way.
Oh, I know what you mean. It's like a mortician smiling. Gay in a melancholy way. Well, look, Arthur, if you don't like our American songs...
Fred, I want to take some new American numbers back to England with me. Haven't you something else London has never heard that I can take back?
Say, how about hillbilly music, Arthur? Now, London might be go for hillbillies.
You mean those rustic blighters who walk around with no bottoms on their spats?
Would you like to try a hillbilly roll?
I say that might be jolly.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the premiere performance of Great Britain's first hillbilly star, Elmer Treacher, in a stirring rural drama entitled, Since He Grew Too Tall for the Family Trailer, Mammy's Little Baby Needs Shortening, Shortening. Music, maestro.
Breakfast ready, Zeke. Come and get it.
What's for chow, Ma?
Owl eggs and possum jowl, Paul.
Owl eggs again. Yeah, I'll get my teeth and be right with you, Ma.
Howdy, Pa.
Howdy, Wilma.
Howdy, son. Son, was there any letter at the post office this morning?
Want nothing, Pa.
Consign the Major. Why don't he write?
Pa, it's 10 years since you was with that Major Bowles unit.
Oh, the last words the Major said when the unit broke up in the basement of that Turkish bath at Little Rock. Zeke, the Major says, when I want you again, I'll send the word.
I'll be ziggity-dig dog. When the Major sends the word, Paul, can I go with you?
You keep practicing your tissue paper and comb, son, and I'll take you along, fetch you with me.
If you're taking Elmer to the city, Paul, reckon it's time you had a little talk with him.
Think so? About the bees and flowers?
I can tell a bee from a flower, Paul. A flower don't sting you.
How old are you, son?
Well, I've been keeping count, Paul. I'll figure it out.
Good, Elmer. Now you get to figuring.
All my fingers.
That's 10.
All my toes.
20.
Oh, my fingers again.
30.
The toes on the right foot.
That's, 35.
And this year, I'm up to the big toe on the left foot.
You're 36, son. Elmer, it's time you knowed about women.
Women? Yahoo!
Son, Elmer. Son, come down off that wall.
Oh, shucks, Pa.
Jeepers, it's time he knowed, Ma. Hand me the Sears Roebuck catalog, will you, Ma?
Here you are, Pa.
And now, where's that female Bal Brigham section? Here it is. Now, Elmer.
Here, Pa.
There's two kinds of humans. Pants-wearing-uns and skirt-wearing-uns.
Here, Pa.
The skirt-wearing-uns is the women.
Oh, poor.
Now, here, Ma. Put the catalog back. The boy ain't ready yet. That fuzz on his lip fooled me.
Elmer never learned nothing round here, Pa. Let's get up and go to the city.
Oh, I ain't budging till the major sends the word.
You could have sold this shanty to that man that come round last week. He sure was anxious.
Yeah, said this was last place in the country he had left.
We ought to go, Pa. The land's poor. Cows are so weak they gotta lean against the barn to move.
Jeepers, Pa. What's that shooting?
I'll be double ding-dong, Pa. It's the Joneses again.
Fake my deal and call me Hezekiah. I thought we killed all them Joneses.
A new batch of Joneses come yesterday, Pa. They're starting up the feud again.
No, dang dude it. There goes our picture, Senator Claghorn, Ma. Folks, grab your guns and start firing. Hold your fire. We got 'em. We wiped out them Joneses again.
Let's pack up, Pa, and get.
Ma, we're musicians. We ain't a-leaving till the major sends the word.
Pa.
What's up, Elmer?
Boy, one of them there Joneses are coming across the creek. He's waving a white flag.
Open the door, Elmer. Keep your distance, you varmint Jones.
Don't shoot, Zeke.
This is your grand finale. How to do in climax, Jones.
Don't put the distance to me, Zeke.
Say, hey, you're a new Jones, ain't you?
I just come back.
Yeah?
I was the little Jones runt that run away with the washboard 20 years ago.
You ain't little no-count shirt-tail Spike Jones.
Yeah? You just killed off my whole band. I need musicianers. I heard you was musical family. Major Bowles told me.
Ma, the major sent the word. Elmer, get out your comb. Ma, start lipping your jug. The good old major has put me with the only Major Bowles unit left, the Spike Jones Band.
How about a song, Zeke?
Let her rip, Spike.
Stop a while and listen to my story. I just come down from the hill.
I went there to find my childhood sweetheart, but she's gone, her voice forever still.
Oh, they cut down the old pine tree, and they hold it away to the mill, to make a coffin of pine for that sweet heart of mine. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree. But she's not alone in the hills tonight, for it's here my heart will always be. So they drifted apart till they cut down my heart, when they cut down the old pine tree, that old pine tree.
I can't think of anything tonight, kiddies.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guests, Orson Welles, Portland Hopper, Minerva Fyers as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Parker Fenley as Titus Moody, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And until I show up as Senator Claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar. This week, ladies and gentlemen, a new book, The Way to Vocabulary, Power, and Culture, was published. We bring you now the new literary lion, whose name appears twice in this work,
He's Fred Allen.
Thank you. I'm laughing already at last week's show. Now, thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, I'm really happy that you mentioned Dr. Funk's new tome, The Way to Vocabulary, Power, and Culture. You know, I am now a part-time intellectual. If you ever pass Brentano's, look up. I may be in the window.
Well, have you noticed any difference since your name was mentioned in Dr. Funk's book?
Well, yes, Kenny. I'm the talk of the literary set in subdued voices for the nonce. On Fifth Avenue yesterday, Elsa Maxwell blew me a kiss.
Elsa blew you a kiss?
Yes, she was a little short-winded. It fell in the gutter, but I rescued it. You know, you should expand your vocabulary, Kenny. Get hep to words like tessellated.
Tessellated? What does it mean?
Well, thanks to Dr. Funk, I am now in a position to tell you, Kenny. Tessellated means adorned with mosaics.
Oh. What does mosaics mean?
Kenny, don't press your luck. I'm only up to page 12 myself. When I get up to the mosaics, you'll hear from me by phone. Don't let me go on.
Mr. Allen!
Let me stand there reading punctuation for a moment. What is new? What's new, Portland?
Mama said your name is in Dr. Funk's new vocabulary book.
That is correct. And I would like to add at this time that Mr. Jack Benny's name does not appear in the book.
Hasn't Jack
Two people
alive?
from Waukegan, huh? Well, the weather's breaking. Hitchhikers are out again.
Hasn't Jack a large vocabulary?
Jack, a large vocabulary. 2 words he uses on his program. Yipe and You know, Benny takes spelling lessons from Red Skelton.
I think Jack is pretty smart.
Smart?
He's always teaching Phil Harris new words.
Phil Harris? Phil Harris is the moron's messiah. And he is still smarter than Mr. Benny. You know, when Benny finished grammar school, he was so old, instead of a diploma, they gave him a pension.
Mama said you were the only kid in kindergarten with 5 o'clock shadow.
Well, look, when Benny went to school, he had to have a tutor to get through recess. The longest word Mr. Benny knows, you can get out of a no-bow player's mouth sideways.
Do you know any big words?
Big words? Have you ever heard the word tessellated?
Yes. Tessellated means to be adorned with mosaics.
Who asked you what it meant?
Do you want to know what mosaic means?
Never mind. You're reading the book from the back. I can see that. Well, touche, and I don't mean that hand lotion, Portland. And speaking of hand lotions, we have a date with a couple of chaps in Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Have you heard about the chicken surplus? And if you have, are you eating more chicken to help reduce it?
Shall we go?
As the saw in the sawmill said to the knothole, I think I'll buzz along. It's good to get back to Allen's Alley, Portland. Well, I guess the senator's just finished dinner. There's a big catfish head on the lawn. See the flies? Well, let's not.
Somebody knock.
Yes,
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
You're from the South.
When I play bridge, I'm never sitting off.
Now, wait a minute.
You men who know Senator's best, it's Claghorn 6 7/8 to 3.
Now, look.
I shot a robin this morning.
You shot a robin?
I caught the little feathered traitor flying back from the South.
Tell me, Senator, are you doing anything about this chicken surplus?
I'm eating chicken every day.
Good.
I have my own recipe, chicken a la Claghorn.
Chicken a la Claghorn. How do you prepare your fowl, Senator?
First, I soak my chicken overnight in Kentucky bourbon. Hard for me to go on here now. Then I boil it in Louisiana corn.
Yes.
Then I baste it with Mississippi mint julep.
Yes.
Then I leave it in the skillet over a slow fire for 2 days.
And the chicken's ready?
I don't bother with the chicken.
No?
When I get through lapping up that gravy,
yes,
I'm southern fried.
Well, the certainly knows his culinary stuff. Well, let's see if Mr. Moody is in.
Howdy, Bob.
You look a little tired, Mr. Moody.
Yeah, I had to set up all night in the pig pen.
Oh, really?
One of my pigs had ptomaine.
Oh. Well, how could a pig get ptomaine?
I don't know. Must have had a piece of tainted swill or something.
Oh, is something wrong?
Yeah, I got the rheumatism in both arms. Just got a crick.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, doesn't the rheumatism bother you working?
Just milking. I can't move my arms.
Well, how do you milk?
Well, first I sit on the stool.
Yes?
I get a good grip.
I see.
Then I just hold on.
And?
The cow jumps up and down.
Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, what about this chicken surplus?
Oh, there's only one way to stop a chicken surplus. Nip it in the nest.
Nip it in the nest? You mean?
Stop the hens from setting, from having more chicken.
Well, how?
Do what I done last week.
What?
Well, I put a dozen Chinese eggs in one nest.
China eggs? And what happened?
That hen hatched out the prettiest set of demi-tassy cups I ever see. So long,
Well, I've never heard of a hen in her cups before. Oh, well, let's try this next door.
No.
Not Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Ronald Goldman?
Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, are you doing your bit to help reduce the chicken surplus?
I'm sending to Washington a slogan.
Oh, what is your slogan?
The war is over. We're through with bullets. Now is the time. Start cooking pullets.
Very good. Excellent. Are you, beside the slogan, are you using poultry at home?
For every meal in my house, I'm serving chicken.
No kidding.
For breakfast, I'm making Wheaties.
Uh-huh.
Concealed in the Wheaties is chicken gizzard.
Chicken gizzard. You have coffee, too?
Oh, instead coffee, I'm serving piping hot a cup of chicken fat.
Oh, yum, yum.
For lunch, I'm cooking chicken Chinese style.
Chinese chicken?
This is egg foo young.
Uh-huh.
Instead of the foo, I'm putting in chicken giblets.
Oh, instead of the foo. Well, that should improve the taste. And you serve it Chinese style with chopsticks?
No, with drumsticks.
Oh, with drumsticks. Well, what is for dinner?
Roast chicken stuffed.
Stuffed, huh?
Inside the roast chicken is a boiled chicken.
Oh.
After dinner is coming chicken coffee.
Well, what is chicken coffee?
Instead of sugar,
Uh-huh.
in the coffee I'm dropping 2 lumps of white meat.
Well, chicken 3 times a day, isn't your husband complaining?
Complaining? Pierre is wanting even more chicken.
Well, how do you know?
Yesterday I'm catching him with 2 blondes. Then...
Well, here we are at the end of Allen's Alley. What can happen at this last shanty?
Hi-ho all, it isn't Rudy Valley, it's the poet laureate of Allen's Alley.
Tonight we are discussing the chicken surplus.
I know. I have prepared a poem.
And what is your chicken surplus quatrain called?
In rebuttal.
In rebuttal. How does it go?
The rooster flew to the hen house roof and crowed to the world at large his message conceived in rebuttal to the chicken surplus charge. We give up our lives, crowed the rooster, and I speak for each chicken and hen who has died and been fried through the ages to grace the tables of men. Today you proclaim there's a surplus, yet to death you continue to doom us. Your cold storage warehouses glutted with fowl, and none to consume us. The real reason there's a surplus of poultry is the population has shrunk in New York. So don't go around blaming us chickens. Go take it up with the stalk.
Say, Portland.
Yes?
You know, we have to get busy. Our guest tonight is Orson Welles. Is the gold mesh carpet ready?
The gold carpet is ready?
Yeah.
The man from Tiffany's brought the jade microphone.
The jade microphone. I told him the turquoise microphone. Yes, the preparation we have to make for Orson.
Did you rehearse the Orson Welles fanfare?
Oh, gosh, I forgot. Mr. Goodman, with that special Orson Welles fanfare, have your men chew on a little sen-sen before they blow their trumpets. Mr. Wells likes to smell something as he comes on. In fact, I would say this must be Orson now. Mr. Goodman, the fanfare, please. Wait a minute. Hold it. Stop it, please. You're not Orson Welles.
No, I'm Mr. Wells' personal psychiatrist.
Yes?
I'm afraid Mr. Wells cannot appear on your program tonight.
Can't appear?
No, Mr. Wells is suffering from a complete breakdown of personality.
But, Doctor, you are a doctor.
In some states, yes.
Doctor, you mean the great Orson Welles, the brash, impetuous exhibitionist?
Today, he is a cringing, beaten milquetoast.
Oh, what happened?
It was that role he played in his new picture, Tomorrow is Forever.
Yes?
He appeared as Eric Kessler, a frustrated, elderly Dutchman.
Yes?
It took 8 months to make the picture. For 8 months, Mr. Wells lived as Eric Kessler.
Uh-huh.
He still thinks he's Kessler.
Eric Kessler?
He has Kessler's Dutch dialect. He has Kessler's inferiority complex.
Orson Welles with an inferiority complex? I can't believe it, Doctor.
You must help him, Mr. Allen. I have Mr. Wells in a rest home on 52nd Street.
Uh-huh. Doctors Leon and Eddie's the place I've seen. What can I...
If you could induce Mr. Wells to face an audience again, he might conquer his phobia.
I shall do it. Let's go to the rest home, Doctor.
This is Mr. Wells' room.
But there's no one in here, Doctor.
Quiet. Mr. Wells is hiding in the closet again. Be careful, Mr. Allen. If you upset him, this Kessler complex returns. He starts talking Dutch. Good luck, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Doctor. Gad, a pitiful case. Orson Welles hiding in a closet. Orson! Orson! Come out of the closet, Orson. Nobody'll hurt you. Come out, Orson. Ah, the door is opening.
Yes, please.
Orson Welles. Orson, you remember me, Fred Allen?
Was you ever in Cincinnati?
Look, Orson.
Excuse, please. The name is Eric. Eric Kessler.
But, Orson, I'm your old friend.
Was you ever in Cincinnati?
Orson, you must snap out of it.
Oh, everything is so confused.
Think hard. Back in the dim, hazy past, you knew a man named Orson Welles.
Orson Welles.
Think.
Orson Welles. I seem to recall. Orson Welles used to walk down Fifth Avenue with a marmoset riding his armed side saddle.
Uh-huh.
A fawn prancing by his side, and 20 giant butterflies on silken leashes flew ahead, spelling out the name Orson.
I saw Orson Welles one day carrying a cane. It was the hind leg of a gazelle.
Orson used to strut into the automat, stand in front of those little windows, and say, "Open." Every single window would fly open.
Well, listen, Mr. Kessler. That man with the 20 butterflies and the hind leg of the gazelle was you. You were Orson Welles. You're still Orson Welles, star of stage, screen, and radio.
Fred.
Yes?
You left our television.
Ah! That's the old Orson, the old blowhard coming back.
You mean I'm not Kessler, the weakling? I am Orson Welles, the blowhard?
Yes. You've got to convince yourself. Say to yourself, I am Orson Welles.
I am Orson Welles.
Good. Say it again. I am the great Orson Welles.
I am the great Orson Welles.
Let it ring out.
I am the great Orson Welles.
You're cured. The old power, the old ego, the old ham is back. Now you know who you are.
I am Eric Kessler.
Orson.
Was you ever in Cincinnati?
Orson, you're slipping. Orson.
Oh, it's no use, Fred. It's nice of you to try and help, but now if you'll excuse me, I'll go back into my little old closet.
Now, Orson, we can conquer this complex. If you give one performance in public, your past would return. A long time ago, we did a play together, remember?
Oh, yes, it was Les Miserables.
Let's do it again.
Oh, Fred, I'm frightened.
Buck up, Orson.
All right, if you insist, I'll do the play on one condition.
Yes, Orson.
You must be the star. You must do all the acting.
All the acting.
Just let me appear for a second, no more.
Good.
Yeah.
If you only speak one line, it will bolster your courage. Now, as we start, you can announce the play.
Fred, it means mentioning my own name. I'm afraid.
Steel yourself. You must conquer this inferiority complex. You can do it, Orson. Music, Mr. Goodman. Les
Miserables. that all right? Can I go ahead?
All right, go ahead, Orson.
Victor Hugo's immortal story of a soul transfigured and redeemed through suffering. This is an Orson Welles production.
Radio version of Les Miserables prepared by
Orson Welles.
Directed by
Orson Welles.
Starring Orson Welles.
Orson Welles will be assisted by...
Hold it, wait a minute.
Fred, did you hear I said my name? I said my name.
And you said it plenty, too. What about my name?
Well, I announced you, Fred. The music cut in too quickly.
Now watch that music, Mr. Goodman. Orson, you said you wanted me to be the star of the play. Now, if you're going to take all the credit... Orson.
Was you ever in Cincinnati?
He's slipping again.
I am Kessler.
No, you are Orson Welles.
That's right, I am. I'm Orson Welles.
Well, what happened?
You raised your voice to me, Fred. Remember my condition.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let's start the play.
The play? What play?
Les Miserables, you remember?
Yes, I am Jean Valjean, the hunted convict.
Yes.
You are Javert, the detective, that merciless minion of the law, always on my trail.
Yes.
You do all the acting.
All the acting, I'm the star.
Yes.
You just come on for a second.
That's right.
Fine, let's go.
The first scene is a dingy garret in the slums of Paris. As the story opens, I, Jean Valjean, am hiding out. I think I have escaped you. As we first see Jean Valjean, he is soliloquizing. At last, Jean Valjean, you are safe. There is no cause to fear this Javert who has hounded you so long. Javert, your nemesis, that merciless bloodhound, always in pursuit of you, is finally thrown off the track, completely baffled. But hark, that sound upon the stairs, footsteps, those same plodding footsteps. Javert, what is to be done? This window. Jean Valjean will never be taken. Goodbye, Javert!
Hey, wait a minute. Stop the music, Mr. Goodman.
Fred, did you hear that? That was I, the old Orson Welles. I'm not afraid anymore.
No. Now I'm starting to get a little frightened.
Now, look, Orson, later, Fred. Now we start the second scene.
Never mind the second scene. What about the first scene?
Oh, it was wonderful, Fred. I'm getting that old feeling again.
And I'm getting that old business again. Orson, you said I was going to be the star.
But you are the star, Fred. What stole that whole scene?
What?
It was that knock on the door. And who knocked on that door? Javert.
Never mind Javert.
Well, you motivate the entire story. If you hadn't knocked at that door, I'd still be in the garret. We'd have no play.
Now, don't give me that. I'm supposed to do all the acting. I haven't even had one line.
Was you ever in Cincinnati?
Take it easy, Orson.
Watch that, Fred.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I will. Well, what happens now?
Well, in the second scene, you dominate the whole thing. I am just the stooge.
The stooge. Well, that's more like it. What is the second scene?
Well, it's years later. This time, you, Javert, have me trapped. Cosette Fabantou, a demi-monde, is concealing me in the back room of a bistro. I, Jean Valjean, am pacing up and down.
Jean, will you stop pacing? Toujours up and down.
This is the end, Cosette, my farewell to freedom. Instead of liberty waits the galley crew, the iron collar. The chain is befoot, the dungeon, the plank beds, all the horrors I know so well. To submit morning and evening to the hammer of the roundsman, who taps the fetters. Time is short, the net is tightening. Javert.
Quick, Jean Valjean, through the trap door.
Merci, Cosette. Jean Valjean will never be taken again. Au revoir, Javert.
Now, hold it. Wait a minute. Stop the music. Now look, Orson.
You were magnificent.
Never mind that.
You stole that scene right out from under my nose.
Now, look, let me tell you.
Yeah, that's suspense, man.
Orson, please.
I've seen Javert played 100 times. The Theater Guild, Moscow Art Theater, at Grossinger's. Van Johnson has played Javert. But I've never heard a Javert get the tone out of that police whistle that you got tonight.
Now, look, Orson, I don't mind playing the schnook to help restore your ego. But now my ego is going. In 2 acts, all I've done is knock on a door and blow a whistle.
Were you ever...
All right. The next, go ahead with the play.
The next scene is all yours, Fred. As you started to say, you trail me through the sewers of Paris.
Uh-huh.
You finally corner me single-handed. And there we stand, face to face. I just have a few words.
And then you speak. I finally speak. Well, it's about time. Let's go.
Undo. Hell situation. Alone in this sewer. Wrapped like a rat. The gloomy darkness. This narrow archway above me head. These two slimy corridor walls. But hark. That flashing through the muck. Javert. At last you cornered me, Javert. Don't talk, Javert. Before you seal my doom, I would speak for the last time. You will never take Jean Valjean alive, Javert. The water in this sewer is rising. I am 6 feet 9. You, Javert, are 4 feet 2. The water rises. No, not yet, Javert. Don't speak. The water. Higher. Now, Javert, you have Jean Valjean at your mercy. Pronounce my doom. Now, Javert, speak.
Mr. Allen is correct. Stand by for the giant jackpot, kiddies.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guests Miss Carmen Miranda, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Parker Fenley as Titus Moody, and when I'm not masquerading as Senator Claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar. This week, ladies and gentlemen, Billboard, the world's foremost amusement weekly, published the results of its radio editors' poll. The program chosen by the radio editors as their favorite stars a man you all know well, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny, I'm glad that you mentioned the Billboard radio poll. You were selected as radio's newest star. Congratulations, Kenny.
Thank you, Fred. The radio editors have been very kind to me.
Allen!
Hey, Portland. Now for some funny stuff, eh, Portland? Going to show me up, huh?
I don't think I get funny till the next page.
Oh, you don't think you do? No fair peeking ahead, you know. All the actors would quit if they knew what was coming. Well, you have some dull stuff first, you think. What is it?
Well, the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company says that girls who want to get married should go west.
Well, Horace Greeley once told the young men to go west. Why should the insurance company tell the girls to go west?
Maybe the men who took Horace Greeley's advice are getting lonesome.
Well, with all those Harvey girls out there, well, that could be, Portland. And speaking of Mr. Greeley, let's stop horsing around and start along to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, at a recent meeting of the Child Study Association, a panel discussion was held on radio, comic sections, and movies, their place in the life of the child. And so our question tonight is, have the radio, the comics, or the movies had any harmful effect on your children or on you?
Shall we go?
As the two little fish said when they were being washed over Niagara Falls, what's to stop us? It's sure good to get back to Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess the senator's in all right. I see footprints in the mint bed. Well, that's their footprints, too. He must have been in a hurry. Let's knock.
Somebody knock.
Yes,
Claghorn's your name, Senator Claghorn.
I know your name.
Son, I'm beaming tonight. I'm sitting on top of the world. The South Pole, that is.
Tell me, Senator, did the movies, radio, or comics have any effect on you as a child?
I didn't need no entertainment as a child.
No?
I laughed from the day I was born till I was 28 years old.
Yeah? What were you laughing at?
And I used to sit on the Mason-Dixon line and laugh at them suckers going up north.
You never read the comics, huh?
I was crazy about Superman, but he let me down.
Well, how?
When I first saw Superman with his cape and that big S on his chest,
yes,
to me that S stood for one thing, the South.
Well, what turned you against Superman?
One day he took off his cape.
And underneath?
Superman, that muscle-bound turncoat, was wearing a red Union suit.
So long, Senator. Say, I just noticed the senator's feet are flat. Let's see if Mr. Moody is still up.
Howdy, Bob.
Just made it to the door. Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, how do you feel about the radio, movies, and comics affecting children?
I'll put it blunt. Radio's the worst.
Well, why?
Well, the radio's either singing at you, yelling at you, or telling you to buy something.
Well, has the radio caused you any trouble personally?
Yeah, twice. I was so mad I could have spit.
What happened?
Well, one time a fellow says on the radio, he says, try Kramer's corn syrup.
And?
I poured some of that corn syrup on my corn.
Corn syrup on your corns?
Yeah, my feet were stuck in my shoes for 6 months. So long.
Well, Mr. Moody had bad luck. Let's try this next door.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You're expecting maybe French or corn.
Tell me, Mrs. Ann, have the movies, radio, or comics upset any children you know?
Movies only.
Oh, movies have bothered you?
Not me. My husband, Pierre, is susceptible.
Susceptible?
This is a word.
Oh, I see.
I'm hearing it on Information, please.
Oh, you listen to Information, please?
Only once. When Menashe Skolnick is a guest.
Oh, I see. And you say movies upset your husband, Pierre?
When he's seeing a movie, at night Pierre is dreaming.
About the picture?
Incessantly.
Yeah?
One night he is sleeping, a big smile is on his face.
Well, why was he smiling in his sleep?
Pierre is dreaming he is Gable, and Garson is catching him.
Oh, fine.
Another night he is wearing to bed smoked glasses.
Smoked glasses? What picture had Pierre seen?
A Walk in the Sun.
Have you had any other trouble?
2 nights ago, all night, Pierre in bed is walking up and down.
What picture started Pierre walking?
The March of Time.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, you certainly have my sympathy.
But sympathy I couldn't sleep on. A new bed I'm needing.
A new bed?
Last night, Pierre is eating up the mattress.
He ate the straw out of the mattress? What picture had Pierre seen?
Thunderhead, Son of Flicker.
Well, that brings us to the tumble-down shanty at the end of the alley. A knock here should pay dividends.
Alackaday, Leon McDuff, Falstaff's here to do his stuff.
Minnie Singer Openshaw, you have new jingles for us tonight?
You bait me, chum?
Yes, if you put it that way.
Have you heard when the whale finished eating the albatross, he said I could use some dental floss?
No.
Or, a peculiar girl is my girl Bridget. She'll walk on her knees to go out with a midget.
No.
How about this? My father claims he's found the elixir of youth. It's 6 parts gin and 1 part vermouth.
Now, wait. Tonight we're discussing the effect present-day movies, radio, and comics have on children.
Precisely. Need I say more?
You have a poem. What is it called?
The Younger Generation.
And how does it go?
Since the day the world began, at the advent of creation, parents have been worried about the younger generation. Prehistoric parents were the first to rant and rave, to predict their children's downfall with the coming of the cave. Parents since have fought off progress to protect their fond offspring from the automobile and bunny hug, movies, cigarettes, and swing. The modern child knows plenty. Parents, my advice to you is have a long talk with your children. You may learn a thing or two.
Say, Portland.
Yes?
Have you seen a little Spanish book around here?
Here it is.
Now, let me see. Donde está el separadrapo su abuelo?
What does that mean?
Where is my grandmother's adhesive tape? If some Spaniard ever cuts his finger and his grandmother has any adhesive tape, I'll be sitting pretty.
Why are you learning Spanish?
Well, last week, Carmen Miranda was appearing at the Roxy Theater, as you know. I studied my Spanish book all morning. About 2 in the afternoon, I went over to the Roxy to Miss Miranda's dressing room. Carmen Miranda?
I am Carmen Miranda.
¿Cómo está usted?
Look, buddy, if you cannot talk English...
English? I'm Fred Allen.
Oh, Fred Allen, I'm so glad to see you. I thought you were some foreigner.
Huh? A foreigner? Why, I was talking Spanish, Carmen.
But my language is Portuguese, Freddy.
Well, aren't Spanish and Portuguese the same?
Oh, no. Portuguese is something like Spanish with a southern accent.
Oh, with a southern accent, huh?
Yes. In Spanish, we say, alô, amigos, que prazer em vê-lo, com baita força, que é de novo no Brasil, sim?
Oh, and how would you say that same thing in Portuguese?
In Portuguese, we say, alô, amigos, que prazer em vê-lo, com baita força, que é de novo no Brasil. You all.
You all. Well, I was merely trying to greet you, Carmen. In Brazil, how does a gentleman greet a lady?
Well, he strips his hat off.
Uh-huh.
He clicks his heels.
Yeah.
And then he says...
Uh-huh. In Brazil, you actually have men who whistle at women?
Why not? Brazil has a navy, too.
Well, I guess it's the same all over. A sailor has to get on land before he really starts cruising. But, tell me, Carmen, what have you been doing in New York this trip?
Well, I've been seeing shows, shopping, have a lot of fun, and you know something? I bought some new hats.
New hats?
Yes.
Well, you're famous for your hats. Who creates them? Lily Daché, John Fredericks?
Oh, no. A man named Houlihan.
Houlihan is a milliner?
No, Houlihan is a fruit store in 8th Avenue.
Oh, Houlihan is a fruit store, huh? Has a front door for a vest? I suppose when you buy a pineapple, Houlihan says, shall I wrap it up or will you wear it home?
Oh, Fred, you are so fun. You know, you are funnier than Abbott and Costello.
Abbott and Costello. So thank you, Carmen.
And you know something? I like you very, very much.
Well, I like you very, very much too, Carmen. That's why I'm here, to promote the good neighbor policy.
And the people here are very friendly to South American friends.
Oh, yes. We like your music.
And you like our dances too, no?
No, yes. People everywhere are doing the conga. So you see, Carmen, we've adopted many of your country's customs, so you should meet us halfway.
How do you mean, Freddie?
Well, I have an idea.
Ready for your number, Miss Miranda?
Oh, thank you. Freddie, I'll be right back.
I'll be waiting. New York. Our tour starts on Riverside Drive. We stop to point out an historic monument to our Brazilian guest. Carmen, this is Grant's tomb.
Grant's tomb?
The final resting place of a great Civil War general.
Fred, what's that man doing there marching with a sign?
Gosh, he's picketing Grant's tomb. Say, mister, what's the idea?
Flaghorn's the name. Send in the Flaghorn.
Midtown Manhattan. Before us looms Radio City, modern Tower of Babel, home of Mary Margaret McBride. Turning a corner, we find ourselves on 52nd Street. Swing Lane, the heartbeat of American jive. We peer through the window of one of the many clubs that line this famous street, and we're in luck. A band is about to play. We listen. Say, doorman, what club is this?
The Union League Club.
I thought so. Arriving downtown, a seagull waiting for a red light in the street tells us we are at the famous New York waterfront. Scurrying up and down the harbor are the busy little tugs guiding ships, pulling scows.
Fred?
Yes, Carmen?
Look at that little tug over there. He's all alone.
That's right. No other tug seems to go near it. I wonder why. I'll ask. Hey, little tug, why are you all alone? From the waterfront, we cross town and pass New York's largest bus terminal. We see a Greyhound leaving the terminal for Boston. Next, we come to Greenwich Village, famous artists and poets' colony. A wild-eyed lady poet in a torn beret and a dirty smock is reciting her latest poem.
Farewell, cruel world, I'll end it all. I've drained life's cup, 'twas bitter gall. My burden's too heavy for me to bear. I can't find nylons anywhere.
As the lady poet passes her beret, we hastily turn up an alley and find ourselves on the Bowery, haunt of derelicts who have dedicated their lives to drink. A beaten one looks up from the gutter and says,
Hi, Fred.
Well, hello, Mr. Milland. I thought you'd given up the stuff.
I was driven back to it, Fred. I was on Jack Benny's program tonight.
Leaving Mr. Milan clutching his Oscar, we see that night is falling, and as the even sun slowly makes its way through the Holland Tunnel to sink in Jersey,
But Freddie, I thought to have a travelogue ended with a song, all the natives sing.
Well, mine does too, Carmen. I have a song we both can sing, and it's a song all South America will understand.
South American rhythm?
Yes, it's called The Banana Man's Lament.
Hit the boys!
Bananas! Bananas! I'm a little island boy, Staten Island, that is. I'm a poor banana peddler, but I'm sure no whiz. I've got lots of bananas, but I cannot sell. And my whole banana business is going to Yonkers. Cut rate, closing out bananas. The Brazilian wave, she said. Hell, what can I lose? I'll try it. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Cosi, cosa. Cosi, cosa. I'll be gesund. I'll be gesund. Your father's mistake. Oh, thank you, Miss Miranda. Your advice was swell. Today I sell bananas and the branchulas as well. I'm the big time operator. I'm just rolling in the dough since I started selling bananas on the radio. Stand by for the most important radio announcement of the entire century.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Great Allen Fruit Company would like to introduce you to Jose Banana.
I'm Jose Banana, and I've come to say bananas have to ripen in a certain way. They're fleshly brown and have the golden hue. Bananas taste the best and are the best for you.
You can put them in a salad.
With mayonnaise.
You can put them in a pie.
Pie.
Any way you want to eat them.
With or without the skin.
It's impossible to eat them.
But remember,
bananas like the climate of the very, very tropical equator. So you should never put bananas in the refrigerator.
No. Definitely not.
The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Basil Rathbone, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, and Al Goodman in his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar.
Ladies and gentlemen, in radio, some programs come to you as a public service. Other programs come to you transcribed. Here is a program that comes to you if you call it.
Who's the star, Lassie?
No, he's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In Portland, look, after this, please, just say, here he is, or something. Don't make a whole big production out of the opening, if you will.
I'll speak to my writer about it.
Do that, if you will. That's the whole trouble with this program, you know, the writers. One writer used to work in a butcher shop. He sells his jokes by the pound. Has the scales with him whenever you deal with him. And the other writer comes to work with a hammer and a chisel. I think he used to write epitaphs, or he's a prehistoric old gentleman. I don't know which.
Some of the jokes sound like epitaphs.
Well, that's the other writer. He's an old Harvard man. He writes all of his jokes in dead languages. You can always tell one of his jokes. It just lays there. Well, enough with the grumbling, as that one did. That was one of his specials right there. Did you hear Jack Benny tonight?
Uh-huh.
His show was cut off again tonight. Cut off last week, too. There's a new saying in radio, you'll never hear the end of Benny. Tell me, Portland, what's in the news?
An anthropologist says that...
Wait a minute. Wait, don't use words that we're not familiar with. Break them up. What is an anthropologist? What is that?
An anthropologist is a man who is versed in anthropology.
Oh, good. I didn't think you knew it. I thought I had you there. What about this anthropologist?
He says that brainy men are all bald-headed.
Brainy men are all bald? What are you laughing about? What are you laughing about?
You have plenty of hair.
Well, Einstein has plenty of hair, too.
there's some difference between your hair and Einstein's.
You bet there is. I comb mine. Tell me what... Get a nasty letter from Al and hieroglyphics tomorrow. Tell me, what else is new?
Gregory Peck broke his ankle.
Oh, poor Gregory. Will he have to stop work?
Well, until Gregory's ankle gets better, he's going to make hop-along pictures.
Hop-along pictures. That's one of the Harvard man's jokes, too. I'll point them out as I lay them out. As I'm fine.
I'm going like a house on fire tonight.
You sure are. You sure are. And I wish I had a pail of dirty water to cope with the conflagration. Tell me, what is your last item?
New York City is planning an anti-rat drive.
Anti-rat?
Mama says there's only one way to get rid of rats.
And that one way is?
Keep your trap shut.
Let's go out on the street and do this, will you? I won't open my trap then until I get to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, during the past 6 months, the Better Business Bureau has received an increasing number of complaints about exaggeration and misrepresentation in advertising. And so our question is, have you been victimized by exaggeration or misrepresentation in advertising?
Shall we go?
As the two inventors said when they designed the first garter, let's make it snappy. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess Senator Claghorn's in all right. Look, his scooter is on the front veranda there. Well, let's make sure.
Somebody's banging my door, trying to bag it. Oh, it's you, droop face.
Yes, Senator.
Well, give it to me fast, son. I'm busier than the syrup jug in a waffle shop.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm investigating the coal strike.
Coal?
Coal strike's doing the country a lot of good.
Good?
Today, in Pittsburgh, if you meet a man on the street, you can see who he is. As John L. Lewis says, you can't fuel all of the people any of the time unless I say so.
Now, tell me, Senator, about this exaggeration and misrepresentation in advertising.
Advertising is the grease that lubricates the wheels of progress.
You think advertising...
Son, advertising gets results.
How?
Before advertising, a man didn't know where his T-zone was.
Well,
Men who knew tobacco best was chewing it. Other smokers knew as much as Philip Morris smokers knew.
But,
Duz was just laying around doing nothing.
Senator, tell me, are the politicians keeping up with the businessmen? Are the politicians advertising?
They sure are. Them Republicans is advertising a slogan. It's just 5 letters.
5 letters?
LSMFT.
What does LSMFT stand for?
Let's swap MacArthur for Truman. So long, Tom. So long, Elliot.
I think the senator's been drinking too many malted milks. He's a little frat happy. Well, let's see if Mr. Moody's still up.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, how about this advertising business?
Oh, a farmer, he has to know about advertising.
Why?
It's the only way he can make his farm pay.
Oh, you have advertising around your farm, do you?
On all 4 sides of my barn, I got Peruna and liver pill ads.
Yeah?
My bull's all painted yellow, advertising Bull Durham.
Bull Durham.
And I got the longest Burma-shave poem in the country.
Oh, really? How does your poem go?
John McGee had a long goatee. When he combed it out, it hung down to his knee.
Yes?
Today, John's happy. He married a wave. His goatee's gone, thanks to Burma-shave.
That is long.
Yeah, the poem starts half a mile down the road.
I see.
It comes in my gate, goes once around the house.
Yeah?
And the last line is on my back door, on the inside.
Oh, you have to open the door to read the last line of the Burma Shave poem?
That's the trick.
The trick?
As you open the back door, my wife's sitting there selling the stuff.
Well, doesn't all of this advertising keep you hopping?
Sunday is my busiest day.
Oh, what happens?
On the Sabbath, I stand out in the front yard all day.
Uh-huh.
I'm wearing a silk hat, a swallowtail coat, an ascot tie, white spats, and I'm leaning on a Russian wolfhound.
You're leaning on a Russian wolfhound?
In my hand, I'm holding a highball.
Well, what are you supposed to be?
A rube of distinction. So long, bud.
if Titus will really switch from hard cider. Oh, well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Say, you look excited.
Who's excited? I'm frantic.
What's wrong?
As I'm taking out of the oven an upside-down cake is ringing suddenly the telephone.
Uh-huh.
Hurriedly, I'm setting down the upside-down cake and answering naturally the telephone.
Well, so what is all the excitement about?
I'm forgetting how I'm setting down the upside-down cake.
Say, that is confusing.
Now I'm not knowing which side is upside and which side is downside.
What are you going to do?
I'm standing it on end and calling it a strudel.
That's right. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, have you been victimized by misrepresentation in advertising?
Mostly in the movies.
In the movies?
On the screen is showing a trailer.
Yes.
It is saying, coming next week, you shouldn't miss it. Chills will leaping up your spine.
I see.
Always this week the picture is bad.
Bad.
Next week is coming a humdinger.
I've noticed that.
Last night I'm going to the movies.
A double feature?
The zombie is getting up his dander in Technicolor.
Yes.
Also, the Wolfman is having a litter.
I've seen that. Very good. How were the pictures?
Too blinted.
Oh, bad.
Again, it's flashing on the screen. Coming next week, you were blowing your top.
That's coming next week.
One thing is not coming next week.
What?
I am not coming, thank you.
That brings us to the peach-covered shanty of Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy surely must be waiting for us.
Here there, what?
Well, tell me, Mr. Cassidy. Oh, that's on the other part. Tell me, Mr. Cassidy. Tell me, Mr. Cassidy, about this advertising discussion.
Me boy, advertising should be stopped by legislation.
Really?
Especially them preposterous contests they have on the radio.
Why do you say that?
Oh, thanks to them quiz programs, every moron in America today has a refrigerator. I heard the quiz program there. One of the contestants had amnesia. They asked him who he was. He couldn't remember his name.
Yes?
For making a grand try, they gave him $800. And then they gave him a brand new house in case he couldn't remember where he lived.
You say you're against these radio contests, eh, Jack?
Oh, no. Look what contest did for Genghis Brannigan.
What happened to Genghis?
Well, after winning 2 limericks and a jingle prize,
yeah,
Genghis won the biggest soap contest in the country.
What was the first prize?
Genghis gets $40 a week as long as he lives.
Yes.
And for 52 weeks after he dies.
Good.
His son is getting a college education with a career guaranteed.
Fine.
They're sending Genghis's daughter to a finishing school until she's finished.
Well.
And Genghis and Mrs. Brannigan have to take a cruise to Bermuda every 2 weeks until they're 65. Whether they want to or not.
Say, that was some award.
Oh, it was the Pixie Soap Contest. I used Pixie Soap because...
Well, what was Genghis's winning answer?
I used Pixie Soap because I'm dirty. Goodbye.
Fred.
Yes, Kenny?
This message just came from Mrs. Nussbaum. She wants to see you right away.
Well, I just left there. Something must be up, Kenny. We better get back to Allen's Alley. Well, this is the old alley, Kenny. It's the third door.
All right, I'll knock.
Howdy, Chappie.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum, I just received your message. Is something wrong?
Confidentially, I'm needing advice.
Advice?
I'm looking for a certain party.
Yes?
He is telling my husband, Pierre, to taking his Ford for service back home.
Oh, I know that certain party. Kenny, Mrs. Nussbaum here says you told Pierre to take his Ford back home for service.
Well, yes, Mrs. Nussbaum. I advise every Ford owner to take his Ford back home for service.
This on the radio I'm hearing.
Well, your Ford dealer has Ford-trained mechanics and special equipment just for working on Fords.
This also I'm hearing.
Your Ford dealer uses factory-approved methods and genuine Ford parts. It pays to take your Ford back home for service.
Sending Ford back home is one thing.
Yes?
But everything Pierre is sending back home.
How do you mean?
Mine cream cheese he's sending back home to Philadelphia. Mine furniture he's sending back home to Grand Rapids.
Well, why don't you put your foot down?
Both feet I'm putting down.
What happened?
Pierre is sending me back home to my mother. Thank you.
Say, Portland,
Yes.
will you be kind enough to hand me that news clipping on the piano over there?
This one?
Yes, I cut it out of Variety. It's a want ad.
What does the ad want?
Oh, no, wait, not... it says, that's from the Harvard man, too. The ad says here, wanted immediately radio scripts for new mystery program. Must be very exciting, very dramatic, and very cheap. Call Basil Rathbone, Biltmore Theater.
Isn't Basil Rathbone in that play, The Heiress?
Oh, yes, he's still in The Heiress, but he must be coming back into radio in his spare time. Now, I have a story that just fits Basil. When my mystery goes on the air, Sam Spade will start digging his own grave.
Has Mr. Rathbone seen your script
No,
yet?
not yet. I have an appointment tonight. I'm going over to Basil's apartment right now. Portland, I'll see you later. Ah, this is the place. What's this sign on the door? Basil Rathbone, criminal investigator, crime solved at all hours, can fix parking tickets. Also, orchestra seats for The Heiress. I wonder if Basil is in. Well, Fred Allen. Basil Rathbone. Say, Basil, if you're busy...
Not at all, Fred. Come in.
You know, I thought you might be posing. I've seen your picture in so many ads lately.
Yes, I'm using for summer blades. I've accepted the Savern Coffee Challenge, and I'm drinking Schaefer's, the finest beer I've ever tasted.
Gad, Basil, you're doing everything but stepping out of thousands of store windows.
I endorse cigarettes, too, Fred, over the radio.
You endorse cigarettes on the air?
Why, who do you think Willie the Penguin is?
Basil, you mean?
Smoke-oo, smoke-oo,
Doesn't it bother you impersonating a penguin that way?
Well, I think I've been doing the penguin too long, you know, Fred. Occasionally I catch myself waddling.
Well, you better stop before you start snapping at Admiral Byrd. But speaking of ads, Basil, I saw your ad in Variety.
Oh, about my new radio program?
Yes.
Yes, if I get the right script, Fred, I can put my program on the air tomorrow.
Well, what about a sponsor?
Oh, I have a sponsor. It's a frozen fruit concern.
Fruit? I've heard of frozen food.
This company only freezes watermelons.
Oh, watermelon.
Yes, my program will be called the Fagel Frozen Watermelon Mystery Theater.
Fagel's Frozen Watermelon.
Yes, the program opens with 2 gunshots, then a jingle. Listen to this. When you're buying frozen fruit, what's the fruit that's sure to suit? It's a frosted goodie, the fastest selling Fagel's Frozen Watermelon.
That is, without a doubt, the finest singing commercial I've heard since Royal Pudding.
If I could only find a script as exciting...
They'll both be on the hit parade like that.
Fred, I want a script as exciting as Fagel's commercial.
Well, Basil,
Well, look here. Look at all these mystery scripts that I have here. They're sending it here. They're impossible.
But,
Look at this one. It's called The Man with the Neon Jimmy.
The Man with the Neon Jimmy? What is it about?
Well, a burglar goes in to rob a factory.
Yes?
The safe is too heavy, so he saws the safe in two and carries one part of it away.
Do they catch the burglar?
The next night.
Yes?
The burglar comes back for the other part of the safe.
Why does he come back?
The burglar doesn't want to be half safe.
Hey, that sounds like a case the fat man has sat on.
Frankly, Fred, as you can see, I need a good mystery.
And that is why I am here. I have the perfect story for your Fagel Frozen Watermelon Mystery Theater.
Is it good?
This script will hold television at bay for 20 years.
What is your mystery about, Fred?
Well, as the story starts, we hear dramatic music.
I am Norbert Nottingham. I was England's leading barrister. Tomorrow, I'm to be hanged for murder. Why, you say? Well, it all began 2 months ago. Lady Bensonhurst, the famous bird lover, invited me to her tea party. How well I remember that fatal afternoon. As I entered the drawing room, the cuckoo clock struck 3. I put my briefcase on the table. Chung, Lady Bensonhurst's houseboy, greeted me.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Nottingham.
Good afternoon, Chung.
Care for tea?
No, thank you, Chung.
Care for cocktail?
Not right now.
Chung make a special Oriental martini.
Oriental martini.
Instead have Oliver Chung use lychee nut. Very tasty.
I was about to accept Chung's offer when Lady Bensonhurst rapped her fan for attention.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet, please. I'm now going to divulge why I invited all of you bird lovers here this afternoon.
Mr. Nottingham here is my solicitor. I've called him here to change my will.
But Lady Bensonhurst.
I'm leaving my entire fortune to buy worms for undernourished English sparrows.
Worms?
From the day I die, no English sparrow will ever go hungry.
Lady Bensonhurst was mad. Lady Bensonhurst was mad, leaving her fortune to the sparrows. I had to talk to her alone. I must get rid of that crowd of bird lovers. Rushing to the window, I shouted, "Look! Look, out there on the lawn! A yellow-bellied sapsucker, and out of season, too!" It worked. The crowd rushed out. We were alone. Lady Bensonhurst spoke.
I say, Norbert, why are you looking at me so strangely?
Now, Lady Bensonhurst, about your will. I had finished my business with Lady Bensonhurst and was putting on my Inverness cape when one of the bird lovers rushed in.
I say, Lady Bensonhurst, the yellow-bellied sapsucker got away. I say, Lady Bensonhurst.
Something wrong, old man?
Well, it's Lady Bensonhurst, Mr. Nottingham. She's dead.
Dead?
I say, I'm calling the police.
Summoning all vehicles. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Proceed to Bensonhurst Manor, Lower Uppington on the Scrub. Lady Bensonhurst has come proper. Calling Detective One Long Pan.
Greetings and shalom alaikum, kiddies. Detective One Long Pan, Chinese Dick Clissy on the job. Long Pan look over the butler and the chauffeur is Long Pan. The door, Long Pan look over, Long Pan, potential Abe Burrows.
I say, old boy, I say. Will you stop that foul bellowing?
Who are you, Mr. Long Nose?
I am Norbert Nottingham, Lady Bensonhurst's solicitor.
Very good. But who is Lady Bensonhurst?
Lady Bensonhurst is the body. She's there on the chair, slumped over her lorgnette.
Long Pan, whip into action. Solve crime no time.
Well, I hope so. I'm due at the Audubon Society in half an hour.
Oh, little man talking with sponge in mouth. Who are you?
I'm Cuthbert Collins, president of the Birmingham Bird Watchers Society, Nest 4.
Very good, Mr. Calvert Collins. Long Pan arrests you for murder, Lady Swensonhurst.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yes, when Lady Bensonhurst was done in, I was out on the lawn looking for a yellow-bellied sapsucker.
Long Pan leave no stone unturned. Long Pan grew yellow Kelly sapknocker.
The sapsucker is a bird, Long Pan. You're just beating about the bush.
Exactly. Confucius say, many men who beat around the bush get bird, but not yellow Kelly sapknocker.
Your car's waiting, Mr. Nottingham.
Oh, thank you, Molly. Thank you. Well, I must slip along. Can I drop you somewhere, Long Pan?
Not so fast, Mr. Bottingham. Woman in case here look very suspicious. Who are you, Mrs. Short, Dark, and Dumpy?
I'm Molly, the maid.
Long Pan cherchez la femme.
Here, get your hands off me, you heathen. You ain't no chiropractor.
You fess up, missy. You prisoner. You kill Lady Bensonhurst.
No, Barney. I was outside changing the water in the bird bath.
Oh, Long Pan clap you. Long Pan catch you now. Not a Saturday night. Why you change water in bird bath?
For the white wrap pipits.
The white lump nippets?
The water was dirty. The pipit's white wraps was coming out tattletale grey.
Long Pan, it's obvious you're getting nowhere.
Long Pan closing in. Who else was in house?
Well, only Chung, the houseboy.
You ling for Chung. You
Very
ling
well.
for Chung.
Yes.
Long Pan girl Chung to very well.
Somebody ling?
Oh, Chung.
Long Pan.
Tôi ling thôi mình không.
Xin lỗi quý phụ.
Tôi phong ling long bu gạch phép.
Bu gạch phép tình ngô phụ.
Hôi là mà.
I say, do you two celestials know each other?
Oh, in China, confidentially, in China, Chung here, big counterfeiter.
Counterfeiter?
Why you leave China, Chung?
Inflation. I got to work all year to make $1.
Oh, very good. You fess up, Chung. Xinhua, Chung, Long Feng, Chung.
From beginning?
From beginning. What happened?
I'll
tell you exactly what happened. Lady Bensonhurst was giving a tea party for bird lovers.
Exactly.
I was Lady Bensonhurst's solicitor. She told me to bring her will.
By Jove, now I recall.
You recall what, Mr. Stool Pitcher?
Well, Lady Bensonhurst announced she was changing her will.
Changing will?
And then someone shouted, "Oh, look, on the lawn. There's the yellow-bellied sapsucker."
Again, the yellow-bellied sapknocker.
Yeah, but we all dashed out.
When you come back?
Lady Bensonhurst was dead, and Mr. Nottingham was putting on his Inverness.
Very good. Longpan less you, Mr. Nottingham, for murder Lady Jensen first.
You're insane, Longpan. Why should I kill Lady Bensonhurst?
Longpan examine briefcase, open briefcase.
No, don't you touch those papers.
Lady Bensonhurst was changing her will. She was leaving her fortune to buy worms for destitute sparrows.
Oh, you see? The will here not to change. Beneficiary, not sparrow.
Well, who is the beneficiary?
Mr. Norbert Nottingham. Solution obvious. Mr. Nottingham needs money.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why should I need money?
The stock certificate also here in briefcase. Empire Sunglass Limited go bankrupt last week. You, Mr. Nottingham, principal stockholder.
Yes, I know. I was a fool. I bought 2 million pairs of sunglasses to sell in England, and the sun hasn't been out in England for 3 years.
Motive confidentially obvious. You lose fortune. You kill Lady Bensonhurst to catch your money and will. You fess up.
But this evidence is all the circumstantial, Longpan. I defy you to prove I murdered Lady Bensonhurst.
You'll be sorry. Longpan examine body.
All right, you'll see. There are no bullet holes, no knife wounds, no evidence of poison.
Holy smoke.
What is it, Longpan?
On back Lady Bensonhurst's head, you see?
What?
4 lumps.
4 lumps?
Tea, anyone?
Longpan arrest you again, Mr. Nottingham, for murder Lady Bensonhurst.
Ah, good try, old pig, but where is the weapon?
No weapon used. You see where body is sitting?
It's in front of the radio.
On top of radio, right behind head, is cuckoo clock. Longpan turn clock back to 4 o'clock. You watch.
Gad, the cuckoo hit Lady Bensonhurst on the head 4 times.
At the base of skull, medulla oblongata. First blow stun, next 2 blows tentatively kill, 4th blow kill positively.
I think I'll step out and have a look at that yellow-kilted slap-knocker.
Not so fast, Mr. Nottingham. Longpan will let you for 3rd and final time for murder Lady Bunsen Burner.
Longpan, you're uncanny.
Confucius say, man who commit murder with clock end up doing time. Oh, Longpan hot tonight. Chinese Jack Eigen tonight. Let's go, Mr. Nottingham. Good night, chum.
Oh, good night, Longpan. Good night.
Show with Fred's guest Leo DeRocha, starring in the Brooklyn Pinafore. Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Parker Fenley as Titus Moody's, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you look on Senator Craghorn's birth certificate, you'll find my name, Kenny Delmar. This past week, ladies and gentlemen, all New York has been flocking to the National Aviation Show. Tonight we can't bring you one of the Wright brothers, so we bring you a wrong guy. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, I heard you accidentally happened to be in the vicinity and heard you mention the aviation show. Now, I didn't know you were so keenly interested in air, Kenny.
Oh, yes, Fred, I breathe it.
You do, really? Well, don't breathe too much of it around here. I have to live, too, you know. You know, I meant to tell you before, they had some wonderful new planes at the aviation show. One jet propulsion model travels faster than sound.
Yeah, well, why should anyone want to travel faster than sound?
Well, to get away from the Jack Benny program, for one thing. And there may be thousands of people who are... Well, of course... Portland, I haven't heard Lowell Thomas lately. What's new?
Frank Sinatra went up to the UN meeting last Tuesday.
Oh, the UN meeting? I guess Frankie wanted to explain harmony to the delegates up there. Frankie must have caused some talk.
Yes, the Russian delegate looked at Frankie.
What did the Russian delegate say? He was there that day, huh? What did the Russian delegate say when he looked at Frankie?
Take some of the food you were going to send us and give it to this boy.
Tell me, Portland, what else is in the news?
Oh, they had an accident at the circus.
Really? What happened?
You know the man who was shot out of the cannon across the arena?
Yeah?
They shot off the cannon, and the man only came out a little way.
You mean?
He was half shot.
Well, that does it, Portland. Speaking of being half shot, reminds me of the lost weekend. And one way to lose a weekend is to spend it in Allen's Alley.
Have you a question, Roger?
It'd be a short program if I haven't. During the past week, Portland, Mayor O'Dwyer and the city police have arrested hundreds of bookmakers and pinball machine operators. And so our question tonight is, what is your reaction to this new drive on gamblers and gambling?
Shall we go?
As the ship said when it was hit with the champagne bottle, I'm on my way. On my way, I guess. It's so restful down here in Allen's Alley, Portland. The senator's home all right. Look, there's a peanut oil lamp burning in his window. Now, let's knock.
Somebody knock.
Yes, I know.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn.
I know your name.
I got a story for you tonight, son.
What story?
That's about the Southern cannibal. She divorced her husband. He was always eating Georgia crackers in bed.
You in the South. What about the North?
There ain't no North, son.
No North?
It's just that one place ain't as far south as another place.
What about Canada, Montreal?
Canada was discovered by a Southerner, son.
Yeah.
Montreal was originally called Montreal.
Now, look, Senator.
Oh, we was in the land of
Now, wait a minute.
Prostrate yourself, son. I'm singing the national anthem.
Now, wait a minute. Here. What about my question? What about this gambling business?
We have plenty of gambling games in the South. There's a cotton gin rummy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Black-eyed pinochle. Southern Bridge.
What is Southern Bridge?
There's only 3 players. No. You can't play poker in Texas without kibitzers.
If you start a game of poker?
The eyes of Texas are upon you.
Well, what about this gambling here in New York City?
Northern gamblers only gambling to get a free trip to the South.
You mean if they're arrested?
They'll get 20 years in Atlanta. DA, that is.
So long, Well, the senator sure is in fine fettle tonight. Well, let's see what Mr. Moody is up to.
Howdy, Bub.
Tell me, a new trend in radio, exhaling, is getting applause now. If you can come to the microphone and prove you're alive, it's something. Tell me, Mr. Moody, what about this gambling drive?
Oh, just going to New York is a gamble.
Well, how do you mean?
Every time I go to New York, I get my pocket picked.
Really?
Yeah. First time I went to New York, a fellow says, "Psst, Rube."
Yeah?
Called me into a dark doorway.
A dark doorway?
Yeah. He was selling neon jackknives for night whittling.
For night whittling, huh? And you bought a jackknife?
Yeah. When I stepped out of the doorway, my pocket was picked.
Well, did you come to New York again?
Yeah. Next time I was playing a pinball machine on Broadway.
Uh-huh.
I won.
Yeah.
Bells started ringing.
Yes.
A picture of Admiral Dewey lit up.
Yes.
Guns started shooting off.
Yeah.
A blinding flash went off my face. I couldn't see nothing for 20 minutes.
And when you could see?
I looked in my pocket. It was picked again.
Well, didn't you try to get even?
Yeah. Next time I come to New York, I put a big fish hook in my pocket.
A fish hook? And what happened?
When I got home, my money was gone.
Yes?
In my pocket, on the fish hook, was a flounder.
Well, I guess that finished you with New York, Mr. Moody.
No, sir. I went again last week. I was prepared.
Yeah?
I cut the bottoms off all my pockets.
Pickpockets didn't get anything this time, eh?
They didn't, eh?
You mean someone reached in through one of your bottomless pockets?
Yeah, they must have. Because when I got home,
Yeah?
my underwear was gone.
Well, at least Mr. Moody gave us the bare facts. Oh, well, let's try this next door here.
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Jinx Falkenstein.
Tell me, Mrs. Ann, what is your reaction to this gambling drive?
It is my fervent wish that ultimately law and order should prevail.
Well spoken, Mrs. Nussbaum. And tell me, why are you so against gambling?
Because my husband, Pierre, is unlucky.
Unlucky, huh?
If it is raining borscht outside, Pierre will be standing with a fork. He will also missing the potatoes.
Say, Pierre is unlucky.
Last week at the racetrack, he is losing everything.
Well, what happened?
For 3 nights, every night, Pierre is having the same dream.
The same to what dream?
On a plate, he is seeing salami, bologna, and liverwurst.
Salami, bologna, and liverwurst.
One day at the track is running 3 horses named Salami, Bologna, and Liverwurst.
Just what he'd seen in his dream.
By Pierre, this is a hunt.
Uh-huh.
He is betting everything.
And on the day of the race?
Coming in last, the dead heat, is Salami, Bologna, and
Well, what horse won?
a long shot by the name Cold Cut.
Well, that leaves us this little chromium Quonset hut at the end of the alley. I hate to think what a knock here is going to start.
6 cents at all, Gloria Monday. Falstaff here, so you know it's Sunday.
Ah, Merry Man Openshaw. You have new poems up your tattered sleeve?
Oh, yea, sire. Have you heard? Mother gave father a withering look when she finished the first chapter of Errol Flynn's book.
Now, wait a minute. Never mind those tired titles tonight. We're discussing the gambling drive here in New York City.
Precisely why I confront you.
I get it. And what is your gaming poem called?
One word I have for gamblers.
One word. How does it go?
One word I have for gamblers. I'll shout as is my wont. The word I have for gamblers is, if you feel like gambling, don't.
That was a shrunken version of Some Sunday Morning, just an hour or two, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his swing and sway We're From Avenue A Orchestra. And now, Portland.
Yes?
Did you bring the pitcher of water I spoke to you about?
You dropped 4 pitchers already. How did you get so thirsty?
Well, I'll tell you. Last night, I had a yen for some chili con carne. I left the house and started out to look for one of those Mexican lunchrooms. On 6th Avenue, I finally found a place, Sloppy Miguel's. On the door, it said chili, tamales, and enchiladas. And in the window, there was a little plaque. It said, Tito Gazar slept here. As I opened the door, I heard the Mexican chef arguing with a customer at the counter. The chef was saying,
Please, what do you say, senor?
I said no, amigo, and that's final.
Leo DeRocha. Leo, what's the trouble?
Oh, it's nothing, Fred. I came into this joint to get a bowl of chili.
Yeah?
And this guy wants to sign me up for the Mexican League.
He wants you to play baseball in Mexico?
No, he wants me to sell hot tamales in the grandstand.
Oh, fine.
He says all I have to do is holler chili in the middle and Tabasco on top.
Well, down in Mexico, the fans probably throw tequila bottles.
Tequila? I'd love to give those guys a Mickey.
Well, you did, Leo. You look wonderful, Leo. Healthy and tan from training down there in Florida.
Oh, it was great, Fred. They love me in the South.
In the South? How do you mean?
You know me, Fred. My mouth always going.
Yeah?
Well, they thought I was Senator Claghorn.
No kidding.
Every time one of the Dodgers hit a home run,
yeah,
the fans all yell, "That's a poke, son."
But tell me, Leo, what is the outlook for the baseball fan this year?
Fred, I honestly think this season is going to be one of the greatest in baseball history.
Well, how does it look in the National League?
Oh, it's going to be close, Fred. The St. Louis Cardinals and the Chicago Cubs will be fighting it out nip and tuck for second place.
Second place? Who will be in first place?
Are you kidding?
You mean the Dodgers are a cinch for the pennant?
Oh, we may lose a game or two, but that's baseball.
You got one more to go after the second. But, Leo, I've been reading that some of your Brooklyn players are out with injuries.
Yes, this spring I have plenty of headaches.
Ah, you see, it's the same thing every year, Leo. You have nothing but troubles and worries. Why don't you give up baseball?
What could I do?
Well, you're a born showman, Leo. You belong on the stage. Now, last fall, when you sang the Brooklyn Pinafore on our program, you were a sensation.
I was really good?
Good. We have received hundreds of letters from music lovers. 2 fan clubs have left Lawrence Tibbett. They're all asking us to have you sing it again.
No kidding. Say, there may be something to this canary racket at that. How did that opera go again, Fred?
Well, first, there was a big announcement. The Brooklyn Pinafore starring Leo DeRocha.
I remember.
The first scene, as you remember, is the bleachers at Ebbets Field. It's the big game between the Giants and the Dodgers. Brooklyn rooters are sitting around in their underwear. Ushers are running up and down the aisles with rocks looking for Giant fans. Peddlers are going through the stands selling raw meat on sticks for the kiddies. And as the curtain rises, we have the opening. The bleachers sing...
Choipin', we go bottles from the stand, and when soda pop, we're boipin'. When the Dodgers are lost, we start blowing our tops. To the Giants, we'll never yield. When the Bums finally score, we let loose with our roar. To the Raptors of Ebbets Field. Ahoy, ahoy, them boys, we're loyal to our Dodgers, ahoy.
The Dodger team runs out on the field. The stands break into a cheer. Flatfoot, Speedbird, Burrow, ho! Who's the team with something on the ball? Dodgers! Dodgers! D-O-J-E-R-S! Dodgers! And then, Leo, you run out of the dugout.
I come on?
Yes. You stand right near home plate. Now, the rest of the team kneels around you in a semicircle. The infielders have lavender bats. The outfielders have mandolins with pussy willow picks. The crowd quiets down as you step up to the microphone and sing...
I am the captain of the Dodger team,
and a right good captain he.
I am quiet and subdued, and they say a little crude, but I frighten rather easily.
He is quiet and subdued, and they say a little crude, but he frightens rather easily.
That language and abuse I never use. No one do I intentionally irk. Though heavens I may occasionally say, I never call an umpire jerk.
What, never?
No, never.
What, never?
Well, hardly ever.
He never calls an umpire jerk. So give a cheer and give a shout for the Dodger captain with a big loud mouth. So give a cheer and give a shout for the Dodger captain with a big loud mouth.
Was great, Leo. If Perry Como is listening in, he'll never know another good night's sleep.
Well, what happens next, Fred?
Well, next, Leo, comes your big love scene. The game starts, and as you're standing in front of the dugout, something hits you on the ear.
A pop bottle?
No, Leo. It's a rose. Someone has thrown a rose.
At Ebbets Field?
Well, this is a fantasy, Leo. Will you look up, and there she stands, the beautiful mystery girl. She speaks.
It was me that threw you the rose, Leo.
Mystery girl. Mystery girl, you're back.
Yeah, Leo. I come to wish you luck against the Giants.
You bring a message, fair one?
Yeah, Leo.
conceal my love for you any longer.
Please, Leo.
You don't love me?
Love you, Lippy. I'm carrying... Why, I'm carrying a torch for you that could light up 2 night games.
Then why won't you marry me?
You gotta get me old man's okay, and that's gonna be tough.
Well, who is your father? Mystery girl, who are you?
You wanna know who I am? Okay, I'll tell you. I'm called Little Bobby Socks. Sweet Little Bobby Socks. My heart for you, Lippy, could voice. Before you make me your mate, let's get this one fact straight. Frankie Sinatra comes first. I'm sweet little Bobby Socks, dear little Bobby Socks, but I'm not getting younger, you see. Too long I have tarried, but since Frankie's married, it's Lippy DeRocha for me.
That love scene will make people forget Mr. Anthony and Cleopatra. Wallace, Beery, and Lassie couldn't have done it any better.
Well, what's the next scene, Fred?
It's the big climax, Leo. Now get this picture. It's the last of the 9th inning. 2 men are out. The crowd is going crazy. You step up to the plate. I'm the umpire behind the plate. In the distance, we hear Red Barber over the loudspeaker saying...
One run can tie the game. The crowd is tense. Cockeye out on the umpire yells.
Hey, whoa!
There's the pitch. DeRocha swings. First base. He's around second. Around third. He's hitting for home. The ball is coming in. Leo's going to slide.
Out! Why, you loudhead, I was safe a mile.
Quiet, you. I'll knock you flatter than your singing voice.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll slap your head up into a point and now round it off.
Yes, says who?
Says me.
Why, I'll pull that big tongue of yours out so far, you'll think you're wearing a red muffler.
Your father's mustache.
Your sister's sideburns.
Your grandma's goatee.
Your aunt's kitchen for Philadelphia. I said you're out. The game is over, and the Dodgers lose.
Oh, yeah? I'll beat your brains out. Give me that bat.
Oh, see.
Little Bobby Socks. You.
Put down the bat, Lippy.
But it's only Cockeye Allen, the umpire.
He is also your future father-in-law.
Mystery girl, you mean?
Cockeye Allen's my old man.
What's the meaning of this, daughter, Bobby Socks?
Leo wants to marry me, Cockeye.
Yeah?
Don't you, Leo?
Me marry an umpire's daughter? They'll throw me out of who's who.
You'll forgive Cockeye, won't you, Lippy?
Well, if you say so, Bobby Socks. Shake hands, Cockeye.
At last an umpire hears a kind word in Brooklyn. You know, I may be an umpire, Leo, but I ain't really a bad guy.
I know, Cockeye. But with those thick glasses, how did you ever become an umpire?
Come over close where I can feel you, Lippy, and I'll tell you. When I was a lad, I could not see a hand held up in front of me. In spite of how I squint and peer, I couldn't tell my father from my mother, dear. My eyes were oh so very, very weak that now I am an umpire in the National League. His eyes were oh so very, very weak that now he is an umpire in the National League. As the years went by, I grew up a schnook. My eyes were so bad I couldn't read a book. The army took me, but they sent me back. I tried to kiss the general because I thought he was a whack. I'm still half blind with no physique. That's why I am an umpire in the National League. He's still half blind with no physique. That's why he is an umpire in the National League. As an umpire, I gained great fame. I called a player out who wasn't in the game. Another decision which you may have heard, I'm the guy who made Greenberg stay on third. My life is a failure, I'm up the creek. That's why I'm an umpire in the National League. His life is a failure, he's up the creek. That's why I am an umpire in the National League. ending, Leo, I give you permission to marry my daughter, Bobby Sox, and the entire ensemble joins in the big finale.
All of Brooklyn's feeling blue, 'cause the ocean's getting wet. To an umpire's daughter who he needs like a hole in the head.
Me as Lippy's wife for the rest of my life. We can bill and coo.
But before you take her hand, you must first understand I'll get no more lip from you. Swear never, no never, oh, up never, well, hardly ever. My lip I will button up when you say batter up. Even though games you will rob, I'll be ever discreet, so tender, so sweet, and soon I'll be out of a job. So give 3 cheers and 1 cheer more for the Dodger captain who will golf no more. So give 3 cheers and 1 cheer more for this concludes our Brooklyn dinner.
And here's your head taffy puller, the Boston bombshell, Fred Allen.
Thank you very much, Ken Carpenter, and hi, fellas. Ken, I'm amazed. I had no idea that you knew that I hail from up Boston way.
Well, it was just a wild guess, Fred.
Really?
Yes, I happen to notice.
You teased it up for this one show?
This one show.
Guess wasn't wild when you started. You teased it up.
You see, I happen to notice that baked bean hanging from your watch chain.
Well, that's no baked bean, Ken. That's an elk's tooth with a California suntan.
See, Fred, it looks so awfully round and smooth to be an elk's tooth.
Well, you see, Ken, that tooth has been kept pretty busy lately. After about 10 years of service in the elk's mouth, it was a stand-in for my pivot tooth for 3 more seasons. But so much for improvised dentistry, Ken.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Portland, this is a surprise. What are you doing way out here in California?
Mama brought me to Hollywood to get in the movies.
Movies? No kidding. How is it going?
I took a screen test, and I start working tomorrow.
What company?
Lockheed.
I'm sorry you can't get into pictures, though, Portland.
Mama thought I'd be another Lana Turner.
Lana, well, something must have happened with your test.
I had my sweater on backwards.
You had no profile, hey? Well, you'll probably like it better at Lockheed anyway.
Maybe. Mama and Papa are working there. Papa's a riveter.
Really?
Yes. The foreman picks on Papa for working too slow.
Oh, too slow with the rivets, huh?
Yes. The foreman tells Papa when he puts in the lead, he should get the lead out.
I get it. Well, that last rivet clinched your argument, Portland. So now I'd like to present a great favorite with the AEF everywhere, the girl who put the form in command performance, Miss Ginny Sims.
Fred, this really is a surprise. I had no idea you were in town. I haven't seen you out at any parties or anything.
Well, Ginny, I've been so busy looking for a place to stay, I haven't had much time for social life.
Did you finally get a room?
Ginny, I haven't slept since I got here in town.
Well, did you advertise in the papers?
Certainly. I've had an ad in for a week. The ad reads, "Gentleman with pajamas wants to meet sleeping bags."
Oh, Fred, I'm sure you're exaggerating about all
No,
this.
honestly, Ginny, I really tried all the big hotels and couldn't even get by the doorman. I finally found a little ivy-covered hotel on a side street. It looked homey and very quiet. I opened the door.
Quiet, everybody, quiet. We're just getting nowhere this way. Quiet, please. Now that's better. Everybody stay in line or I'll squirt my fountain pen at you.
Pardon me, sir.
My name is Mr. Gable. I'm the clerk.
Oh, Clerk Gable. Well, Mr. Gable, I'd like to get a room.
You dreamer.
How How can I be a dreamer? I haven't slept for 7 days.
Pardon me, Mr. Gable. The lady in room 503 says there's a mouse in her room.
Well, tell the lady in 503 that our cat is busy in 907.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
Just a minute, Bud. I'm the house detective, and you'll have to submit to a search.
A search?
Yeah, one of our brass cuspidors is missing.
Why, this is ridiculous. What would I do with a brass cuspidor?
Does that answer your question?
I can't stand any more of this. So it went, Ginny. I tried every possible way to get a room, but to no avail. I decided to make a phone call as a last resort. I sneaked into a phone booth.
Oh, Mr. Berry's residence. Autograph oranges, 10 cents a
Rochester, this is Mr. Fred Allen. I just got in from New York.
Why don't you come on over for dinner, Mr. Allen? Mr. Benny's pet chicken is awful sick.
His chicken is sick? What's wrong with it?
I'm frying it to death.
Well, Rochester, here's what I called about. Is there any chance of using Mr. Benny's room while he's away?
Did you say use or rent?
I get it. I tell you what, Rochester, I'll take the room, and when Mr. Benny gets home, I'll give him a check for whatever he wants.
Give him a check?
Well, yes.
That kind of eliminates the middleman, don't it?
Well, how about this? I'll give you the check, and you can give it to Mr. Benny.
How about this? You give me the cash and let nature take its course.
Well, I don't see why we should be arguing about money, Rochester. After all, you should be glad to have someone around the house. You must be mighty lonesome in that big place there, all alone.
All alone? Oh, Mr. Allen, come now.
Rochester, I hesitate to think what Mr. Benny will say when he gets home.
Won't do for radio, will he?
I'm afraid not. Well, Rochester, I guess I won't get much rest at the house of Benny with all your friends whooping it up around there.
I'm inclined to agree. You're so right.
So I'll just let the room go. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye, Mr. Allen. That was a close one. I nearly rented the room, honey.
Honey? Rochester, to whom were you just talking?
Oh, that was my cousin Sylvester. Sylvester J. Honey. Goodbye, honey. I mean, Mr. Allen.
So you see, Ginny, I've really been trying to get a place to stay, but it's no use.
It's a sad tale, Fred.
Yes, it is. And a long one, too, Ginny. But enough of my trouble. Let's get on with the show. Gentlemen of the AEF, it's a real pleasure for me to introduce our next guest, one of Hollywood's finest actors.
Who is it, Mr. Allen?
You'll find out for them. This man is a real actor. His diction, his every gesture, the way he lives and breathes the role.
Who is it?
The Academy Award winner, Mr. Paul Lukas.
Thank you, Fred Allen, and hello, man.
Yeah, that was great, Paul. Hello, men. What a reading you gave that line.
It was nothing, Fred.
Nothing, he says. What inflection on that nothing. What timing. You know, I'm going to pick up plenty of pointers tonight.
By the way, Fred, what are you doing out here in Hollywood?
Well, I'm here to make a picture, Paul, but don't let it worry you.
No, it won't. It won't.
You see, I'm making a comedy.
Comedy?
Yes.
Like Jack Benny, huh?
Mr. Lucas. If Jack Benny is a comedian, I, sir, am a fish peddler.
I'll take a pound of mackerel.
wrap it up or will you eat it here? But, Paul, I'm glad to have this chance to talk to you because in my picture I have one dramatic scene where I have to make love to the leading lady. Now, do you think you could give me a little coaching?
Well, the main thing is to have confidence in yourself. And be convincing. Now, for instance, let me hear you say, I love you.
I love you.
No. I love you.
I love you.
I love you.
I love you.
Gentlemen, please, after the program.
Now, you stay out of this, Ken. I'm trying to win an Oscar.
Oh, brother, if that wins an Oscar, I'm a fish peddler.
Well, go across the hall. I'm working this studio. You know, Paul, in a way, I'm sort of sorry that you're on this particular command performance.
Well, I don't see why. I've been nice to you. And I bought some fish.
I know, I haven't wrapped it up yet. But you don't understand, Paul. You are a great dramatic actor, and for our play, we planned on doing a typical daytime serial.
Daytime serial? Why, that's wonderful.
Well, you mean you don't think that sort of thing is beneath you?
Au contraire, monsieur. I think the daytime serial offers great opportunities for dramatic acting. I'd like to play in one.
Well, all right, Paul. I think I can fix it for you. You know how all of those daytime serials start? First, the organ plays. And then the announcer always says,
The Muckenfuss Family. Starring Paul Lucas and brought to you by the makers of Muck, the breakfast food that is no fuss to prepare.
The makers of Muck, that breakfast still nice. Say, try out, go start your day right. Get up tomorrow morning, don't be a cluck, and eat a heaping plate of muck. Muck.
Remember, Muck is the only breakfast food that is vice versa. Muck is delicious with sugar and cream. Or, vice versa, sugar and cream is delicious with Muck. And folks, Muck doesn't crunch, crackle, pop, or bubble. When it hits the plate, it just lays there. And now for our story.
Ladies and gentlemen, you remember the horrible plight of the Muckenfuss family when we left them yesterday. Millicent Muckenfuss, aged 17, despite her broken leg, has just eloped with Rodney Repogle, a traveling salesman. Her grandfather, Rufus Muckenfuss, despite his broken arm, took the news philosophically as he fell out of his rocking chair due to an overdose of rum. Mother and Father Muckenfuss, despite their broken hearts...
Fred, does everything have to be broken?
Well, that's the way it goes in daytime serials, Paul. There's always trouble.
Mother and Father Muckenfuss naturally were upset because they had hoped Millicent would marry Julius J. Crumcake, a prominent baker.
Julius J. Crumcake. That's you in the play, Paul.
Good. Old Judge Hooper, friend of the family, has just dropped in to chisel a free meal and give some advice. But first, a word from our sponsor.
But when do we start the play, Fred?
Patience. You have to be patient, Paul. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 days to finish the commercials and explain what happened yesterday.
Remember, folks, Muck contains flavonoids. That famous no-burp vitamin. And flavonoid, that famous no-burp vitamin, contains Muck. Comes out even, doesn't it? And now for our story.
As the scene opens, Father Muckenfuss is speaking.
Just think, Ma. Our little Millicent has run away with that Rodney Repogle, the ant-paste salesman.
She's left the note under her pillow, Paul.
Let me see that. No, not the pillar. I can't read the pillar. Hand me the note. Dear Mommykins and Daddykins, I have ran away with Rodney Repogle. although I hardly know him. Despite my broken leg, I hope we shall be better acquainted when we return. Your loving daughter in the cast, Millie. P.S. P.S. Don't rent my room, as Rodney thinks it'll be so nice to come home to. Please excuse my handwriting, as I just broke my wrist.
Terrible, Pop. What will Julius J. Cruncakes, the permanent baker, say?
Yeah. There's Julius J. Crumbcake, the permanent baker, now.
How can you tell?
The dough on his knuckles mutes his knob. Come in.
Ah, Mummy and Patty Mucklefoot. I bring you greetings and fresh apple strudel. But where is my fair one, my Millicent?
Julius, I got bad news for you.
Strudel stinks, eh?
No, it's about Millie. She's eloped with Rodney Repo.
No, it can't be true. You must be jesting. Millicent loves me. Do you hear? Me.
Well, maybe so, but I saw her jumping over the back fence with Rodney.
Despite her broken leg?
Yeah, it took her 3 jumps, but she finally made it.
What's the note? Here, read it.
2 girdles, 4 steppings, 8 bobby
No,
socks.
hold on, Julius. That's her laundry list. Turn it over.
Oh. Curse it. It is true. She has left me for another man. Just when I had named the Millicent Muckenfoot Parker House roll in her honor.
The Millicent Muckenfuss Parker House roll, you say, Julius?
Yes, it is an innovation. I fold them to the left. Just wait till I get my hands on that Rodney. I'll bash his brains in with a loaf of stale French bread.
Now, hold on. Control yourself, Julius J. Crumbcake the baker. Even if you did win the Academy Award. Now, let down. Try to relax. Come in. Millicent, Rodney.
Hello, everybody. We're back.
Boy, am I hungry.
Hungry, Rodney?
Yeah. We've been away 2 days with nothing but crackers and handshakes.
Millie, aren't you going to say hello to your former sweetheart, Julius J. Crumbcake? Sure. Hello, Julius.
Me too. What's new around the oven there, Joel, huh?
Don't speak to me, you scoundrel, you wretch, you black-hearted knave. You have stolen my Millicent. Stolen her before I had a chance to unveil the Millicent Muckenfoot Parker House roll. Despite my broken back, I have a mind to whip you within an inch of your life.
Boy, what a performance.
You said it, Rodney.
Why, you low worm. Put up your hands and defend yourself. Come on, fight.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Now, hold on.
No,
I heard what he said, but hold on. Hold on, Rodney. Hold on, Julius. There'll be no brawling in the Muckenfuss house. Now, I'm running things round here, and we'll discuss this matter sensibly. And that's that. Aha!
No, you didn't steal the cuspidor, huh?
No, Gumshoe, I didn't steal the cuspidor.
Don't tell me. I caught you red-handed and wet-lipped.
Now, this cuspidor's just a prop in the play here. Now, Flatfoot, you get out of here.
Don't you get rough with me. I got you covered.
Oh, yeah? Give me that gun.
Well, that's it, folks. Tune in tomorrow for another episode in the life of the broken-down Muckenfuss family. Remember,
the makers of Muck say goodbye to you. They hope that you will try their too. Tomorrow before you go to work, eat a bowl of muck or you're an awful jerk.
the man who can't pronounce irresistible, kiddies.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guest, Bert Law, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Parker Fenley as Titus Moody, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And until I start blowing the claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Baby Week. Tonight we haven't a baby to start the program, but we do have a man who is in his second childhood. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny, I heard your opening remarks. A little gobbled, I might add. You should know the DeMarcos by now, after 30 weeks, old boy. What is this National Baby Week all about?
Well, I don't know, Fred. Maybe the Stork has hired a press agent.
The Stork is a press agent now, huh? Well, that's the trouble today, Kenny. You know, there are too many weeks. National Donut Week, Peanut Week, Strudel Week. Don't throw stones at your mother week. Let's all write a fan letter to Bela Lugosi week. Everything is a week today.
Well, don't you remember the day you were born?
Well, only vaguely, Kenny. There was an awful lot of excitement in the house that day. The first thing I remember, the doctor was slapping me.
What did you do?
I slapped him back, Kenny. That doctor was a coward, slapping a little baby when its back was turned. You know, most doctors are like masters of ceremony. When a baby is born, they say, let's give this kid a great big hand. And they proceed to do it. You know, Kenny...
Mr. Allen!
Just in time, Kenny. Just in time. A little baby routine was dying here. Just in time. Pull up an open safety pin and sit down, Portland. This, it seems, is National Baby Week.
It must be terrible to be a baby.
Terrible? Why?
I read with the national debt, every baby born today owes $4,000.
Uh-huh. When a baby is born today, you have to send for a doctor and 2 co-signers. Say, I missed Gabriel Graham's swing this week. What's new, Portland?
Mama and I saw the plastic show.
Yes, I guess the termite is doomed. They're making everything out of plastics now.
They have plastic houses. They're transparent.
Transparent houses, huh?
From the street, anybody can look in your kitchen and see what's cooking.
Oh, fine.
They have plastic orchestra instruments, too.
Well, I hope Mr. Goodman gets his bass player a plastic bull fiddle.
Why?
So I can look through and see if that guy has any pants on. Half of the time he's standing behind that thing in his underwear. Tell me, what else is new, Portland?
Doctors have discovered a new surgical sponge that dissolves in the body.
You mean if a doctor leaves a sponge in you after an operation?
The sponge disappears.
Well, that's remarkable.
Mama had an operation once.
And?
The doctor left a rubber glove in Mama.
Does the rubber glove bother your mother?
Sometimes. Mama says her stomach feels as though it's shaking hands.
Oh, that's... I read, if I ever see a doctor with one rubber glove, I'll tell him where the other one is. I read that the police are after butchers who are hiding meat these days.
Oh, they have a new system.
Well, how do they locate the hidden meat?
The police let loose a buzzard.
Yeah?
The police buzzard flies over a building.
Yeah?
If the buzzard smacks his beak,
uh-huh,
there's meat inside.
If the buzzard smacks his beak, eh? Well, that does it, Portland. Buzzards and babies are dying. And throw the baby jokes to the buzzard. We'll be rid of the first 2 pages. And speaking of smacks, how about dropping in on those wet smacks down in Allen's Alley?
What is your question?
Well, this week, the Senate Post Office Committee approved a long overdue raise in pay for most postal employees. And so our question tonight is, what is your reaction to the new wage increase for our postal workers?
Shall we go?
As one hyphen said to the other hyphen, let's get together and make a dash. Oh, it sure is swell to get back down to Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, the senator must be leaving town. Look, his carpet bag is packed, and it's on the front porch. I'll knock.
Somebody knocked.
Ah, Senator Claghorn, you look in the pink.
I'm feeling peachy, son. Georgia peachy, that is.
Leaving town?
Yeah, I'm going to my college class reunion. I'm taking the Dixie Flyer.
What college did you attend?
My alma mater is CCNY.
City College of New York?
CCNY is Charleston, Chattanooga, Natchez, and Yazoo.
Oh.
Yeah, I graduated Magnolia cum laude.
Yeah.
My fraternity was I Delta Delta. In my graduating class, I was voted the Southern boy most likely to secede.
Well, fine.
Yeah, I was cheerleader at all our football games.
Cheerleader,
We
hey?
played our big game in the Molasses Bowl.
The Molasses Bowl?
Son, you should have heard me lead that cheer. Yatta, yatta, black-eyed pea. We're the boys from the Confederacy. Give her zoom, give her fizz. Hit that line, Mason-Dixon, that is.
Now, wait a minute, Senator. What about this pay raise for postal employees?
Son, I'm rooting for them. The South is depending on them mailmen.
Why?
Why? Who do you think them thousands of boys in them gray uniforms are?
You mean?
It's the Confederate Army biding its time.
Well, if there's another war, the senator's going to have plenty of carriers, all right. Now let's sound out Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
You look mad tonight, Mr. Moody.
I lost my head today.
You were angry?
No, I was having a glass of beer in the yard.
Yeah?
A gust of wind come up.
Uh-huh.
I lost my head.
What is your reaction to this this pay raise for postal employees?
Every post office worker should get more pay. But one.
But one?
My postman. He's going too far.
Too far, huh?
Yeah, every time I send away to Sears Roebuck for merchandise,
yeah,
before the postman delivers it, he uses it.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I sent away for a mail order suit.
The postman wore the suit before he delivered it to you?
Not only wore it, he was sitting in it.
Sitting? How do you know?
Seat of the pants was all sprung.
I see.
Looked like somebody had been carrying a watermelon in it.
God.
I ordered a double-barrel shotgun.
The postman used that, too?
When he come to the door,
yeah,
gun was still smoking, and I smelt duck on his breath.
Had duck on his breath. White duck? God.
I ordered a new bathtub.
When it came?
Bathtub had a ring in it.
Well, tell me, is the postman still using your things before he delivers them?
I hope he is.
What is the last thing you wrote away for?
Mail order coffin. So long, love.
Well, looks as though Mr. Moody has the postman dead to rights. Well, let's try this next door.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Humphrey Pushcart.
Tell me, Mrs. Ann, how do you feel about postal employees getting higher salaries?
For being Mrs. Townsend Nussbaum, I could thank only the post office.
Well, how do you mean?
When I'm a young girl, footloose and fancy, I'm incessantly winning through the mail contest.
Contest? What sort of contest did you win?
All kinds. Limericals, also jingles.
Really? You had a winning limerick? What was the limerick? Do you remember?
A man once named Tinkus McGee stood standing up straight, 4'3". He read in the news about elevator shoes. Now Tinkus is taller than she.
Very good. Awfully good. Tell me, how did your winning jingle go?
Horowitz's herring is on the beam. It's delicious with sour cream. Horowitz's herring with a matzo ball. You can eat it, bones and all. The pickle, 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 pickle.
Excellent. Tell me, how did the post office help you to become Mrs. Nussbaum?
One say in a jewelry contest, I am winning a wedding ring.
And the postman?
He is slipping it on my finger.
Yeah?
Luckily, behind the door, I am having two witnesses, relatives.
Yeah?
And also a justice of the peace.
Yeah?
The next thing I know, the justice is saying, $2, please, and I am Mrs. Pierre Nussbaum.
You mean the postman was Pierre?
It is not Jim Farley, Cookie.
Well, here we are at last at the end of the alley. What can happen at this last shanty?
Stay calm, all. Don't get nervous. Falstaff's here and at your service.
Ah, Troubadour Openshaw, fresh from Boston. What's new on your rhyming agenda?
Have heard Flatbush and Greenpoint haven't been the same since the Dodgers won that no-hit game?
No.
Hasn't they?
Hasn't, no.
How about this? A sight I'll never live to see is Dr. I.Q. in the balcony.
No.
A cross-eyed jitterbug is Tallulah Mentor. She hisses Sinatra, but Boris Karloff sends her.
Now, wait a minute. Look, tonight we are simply discussing the wages of postal employees.
My poem is called A Tribute.
A tribute? How does it go?
I would like to pay a tribute to a man who merits praise. He's the heavy-burdened postman who trudges through his days. In snow and rain and nightly gloom, this courier can be found. Naught stays him from completion of his appointed round. He brings us tidings from a friend, greetings on Christmas Day, and on the first of every month he brings us bills to pay. So let's give the postman the wages he's worth for serving his country and flag. For years the postman has been underpaid. Too long he's been holding the bag.
And as Falstaff, the man of letters, departs. Yes, Portland, can I have something?
Who is our guest tonight?
Well, there's been a little trouble, Portland. I did have Thorndyke McKeester.
Who is Thorndyke McKeester?
Who is Thorndyke McKeester? He's not only Georgie Jessel's grandfather, he is also the only window dresser for all of the delicatessens here in New York City. Thorndyke McKeester is the man who adjusts the string at the ends of the salami and liverwurst so they all hang down even in the window.
And he isn't coming?
No, he got an emergency call at the last minute. A knockwurst fell down in some delicatessen on 2nd Avenue, and McKeester had to rush down there with a ball of greasy twine.
Well, can't you get anybody else?
Well, I did try to get Bert Lahr. The trouble I had with that Lahr.
What happened?
Well, Bert, as you know, has his own radio program every Wednesday, and he rehearses on Tuesday. So last Tuesday, I started out to see Bert Lahr. As I walked into the studio, a suave, austere, dignified-looking gentleman turned to me and said,
"Come on, Baggy, I see this."
Bert Lahr! Bert, you remember me, Bert. Fred Allen?
Fred Allen? To be sure, of course. I never forget a face. With a face like yours, I'll be wasting my time trying.
Bert, the way you barked at me.
Oh, it's nerves, Fred. I'm a bundle for Bellevue.
Really?
Look the way I'm shaking. I feel like I just stepped out of a mixmaster.
What's wrong, Bert?
What's wrong? My two writers just gave me my program for tomorrow.
Well, can't your writers write?
Them illiterate. They told me they was Harvard men. Look at this spelling. The white ain't, they spell with small letters. And they make the apostrophe a capital.
I've never seen a capital apostrophe before.
Them guys call themselves writers. They ain't even got an ulcer between them.
Their jokes are bad, hey?
Well, look at this gag. I knew that elephant came from upstate New York when I saw a Saratoga trunk.
That's pretty bad. I see what you mean.
This kind of corner's for the masses. My public is the hoi polloi.
You have a high-class program, huh?
High class? I get more Park Avenue fan mail than Mary, Margaret, and McBride. The whole three of them.
The whole?
It's my orchestra leader, Fred.
Oh.
What is it, Arturo? This ballad you're singing, what key do you want it in? What key did I sing in last week? B flat. We never repeat on this show. This week I'll sing it in C sharp. Right, let me have the first line just for tempo. Okay, hit it, Arturo. High on a windy. That sounds great, Mr. Law. I'll write in a kazoo obligato. And this week, let me hear more trombones. Last week, all I could hear was myself. It was frightening.
Say, Bert, you have some voice.
I know, Fred, I know. They're starting to call me the moron's Pericomo. The four chicks tell me if I say the word, chuck us through.
Well, Bert, how would you like to be the guest on my program next Sunday?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to mull it over in my mind a little while. We can discuss it at the track.
At the track?
Yeah. Rehearsal's over, and I'm going out to Jamaica.
Oh.
I got a sure thing in the fifth race.
Yeah?
This nag can't lose if Sidney Greenstreet's the jockey.
Well, what horse is it?
If them guys in the band hear me, they'll run to the phone and the odds will go down. Let's go out in the alley.
All right. Bert, what's the name of that horse?
Here, hold this racing form till I get my monocle on.
All right. You said the fifth race. Say, this racing form print is small, you know.
Well, I think the name of the horse is Hot Nylon.
Hot Nylon, huh?
All right, buddy, I'll take that racing form.
But, officer...
You know the new city law. 2 or more persons reading a racing form in public is a penal offense.
But, officer, this racing form isn't mine.
Listen, Copper, my friend is just holding the racing
yes,
form.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can tell it to the judge. Well, look. Okay, Casey, over here with the wagon. Get in, you tin.
Now, wait a minute, officer. All I was doing, I was only...
All right, you two, out of the wagon. Mind the step, it's loose.
Bert, what am I going to do?
Don't blow your top, Fred. I'll get you out of this.
But I'm worried.
Well, what can they do? We were just looking at a racing form.
Well, I know that, but in New York, they're sending horse players to jail just for browsing in groups. I better get a lawyer, Bert.
What has a lawyer got? A mouth and a briefcase. I got a mouth, ain't I?
But Bert.
I'll handle this case. I'm dynamite in the courtroom. Pure DDT. Quiet, you tout. Follow me. The car's through this door. The judge is sentencing the prisoners.
Oh, look, Bert. The prisoner's a little boy in short pants. Listen.
Sidney Fenwick, Jr., the court finds you guilty of playing mumbledy-peg for pennies. 9 months. Take him away. Next case.
Senor Pablo Gomez, charged lurking near a pinball machine.
10 years!
Bert, he got 10 years just for lurking near a pinball machine.
If they caught him tilting, they'd have hung him.
Next case.
Orson Teppel, charged reading a racing form in the presence of another person.
Orson Teppel. Oh. You know the penalty for reading a racing form in New York City. The court sentences you to 90 years. Solitary confinement. Take him away!
90 years for reading a racing form. Bert, there are 2 of us. We'll get 180 years. I'm getting a lawyer.
Leave everything to me, Fred. You'll be sprung quicker than the hinges on a $2 suitcase.
Next case.
Fred Allen, charged reading a racing form.
Allen, the court sentences you...
Hey, wait a minute, Judge. You can't sentence a person until he's been tried.
Who says so?
The law says so.
Hey, clerk, is that right?
Yes, Judge.
What do you know? Okay, let's have a trial, just for the laugh. Proceed. Who's the defendant's lawyer?
I'm his lawyer.
But, Bert...
I'll fight this case to the Supreme Court. Lumpy trimming. I'll fight this... fight this case to the Supreme Court.
Why don't you take it to a lower court? There's no S in a lower court.
And if I don't... Now I'm reading my thumb. And if I don't get justice there, I'll go over Truman's head and take it to Mr. Anthony.
Quit your yapping, shyster. How do you plead?
I'm pleading Nicey Prius, now contender, and Knox Vomica. The large economy charge.
Quiet, you. Cases like this that make me wish I'd finished law school.
Your Honor!
Is the prosecution ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, in malicious violation of the anti-gambling ordinance, this defendant, an obnoxious crumb, to wit, Ted Allen.
I object. What now? His name ain't Ted. It's Fred Allen.
But, Bert, he called me an obnoxious crumb. Why don't you object to that?
I wouldn't have a leg to stand on.
Proceed, prosecution. This lowlife Allen was apprehended in the act of reading a racing form. The city demands that he pay the full penalty of the law. Fine, imprisonment, and that his crime be dramatized on Mr. District Attorney's radio program. Prosecution rests.
Your Honor?
What do you think you're gonna do?
I'm gonna deny the allegation and defy the alligator. Then with a fragrant delecti, I'm gonna make the persecution look silly. Then I'm gonna ask for a complete acquittal. Then I'm going over to Lindy's for a chopped liver sandwich.
Quiet! What's your next move?
I'm calling my client. Fred Allen, take the stand.
Now, look, Bert.
What are they trying to pin on you?
Well, I'm charged with reading a racing form.
Your Honor, I'll subpoena 14 kindergarten teachers and 2 people who listen to Red Skelton who will prove...
That Allen wasn't reading a racing form?
That Allen can't even read.
And I object. What do you object to? I object to you objecting.
Nice work, Fred. That's telling them.
Quiet, you! The next guy who opens his bazoo in this court is going to get it in the mandamus.
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Prosecutor.
I just remembered I forgot to cross-examine the defendant, Allen.
Proceed.
Your Honor, observe this anthropoid specimen. Note his floating forehead, the small, darting eyes of the criminal.
Bert.
Let him go, Fred. I'm just laying back to pounce.
Note the low brow, the frustrated look of the felon.
Bert.
Let him talk. He's walking right into my trap.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
When the officer arrested you, what were you doing?
I was talking to Mr. Law.
Yeah, about hot nylon.
Hot nylon? I thought so. Millions of women are walking the streets with bare legs. While you, Allen, slink up dark alleys selling hot nylon.
But hot nylon is a horse.
A horse on you, Allen. Did you or did you not have a racing form in your hand?
Yes, Mr. Law and I were going to Jamaica for the meet.
Aha! The meet. Not satisfied with selling hot nylon? You were hawking black market meat wrapped in racing form.
Why, this is ridiculous, Your Honor.
Quiet, you chiseler.
Your Honor, this criminal Fred Allen, obviously the head of a nationwide black market and nylon hijacking ring, is a threat to our country's economy.
Bert, say something.
Let him rave. I'm giving him enough rope.
If he gets enough rope, he'll hang me with it.
How many people has Allen poisoned selling this condemned beef? And is it beef? Or have we finally trapped the gang that has been stealing zebras and giraffes while the circus has been in town?
Bert.
His old argument is Atchison, Topeka, and immaterial.
Your Honor, I charge Allen with murder, fomenting a national disaster and attempting to wreck the UN.
Bert, say something.
Here's where I play my ace in the hole.
It's about time.
Your Honor?
Yes?
Allen pleads guilty and throws himself at the mercy of the court.
Bert, get me a lawyer.
Quiet, you!
What's your verdict, Judge?
Allen, to the bar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Allen, you are charged with selling hot nylon, poisonous black market meat, and attempting to sabotage the U.S. Case dismissed.
Case dismissed.
This is New York City.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in New York City, you are not a criminal unless you are caught reading a racing form.
Yes, Your
Get
Honor.
out!
I want to thank Bert Law for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Miss Tallulah Bankhead. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you.